Simon & Schuster Audio presents Roomies by Christina Lauren. Read by K.C. Sheridan.
Chapter 1. According to family legend, I was born in the floor of a taxi. I'm the youngest of 6, and apparently Mom went from, "I have a bit of a cramp, but let me finish making lunch," to "Hello, Holland Bakker," in the span of about 40 minutes. It's always the first thing I think about when I climb into a cab. I note how I have to shimmy with effort across the tacky seat, how there are millions of neglected fingerprints and unidentifiable smudges clouding the windows and plexiglass barrier, and how the floor of a cab is a really terrible place for a baby to meet the world. I slam the taxi door behind me to block out the howling Brooklyn wind. 50th Street Station, Manhattan. The driver's eyes meet mine in the rearview mirror, and I can imagine what he's thinking. "You want to take a cab to the subway in Manhattan? Lady, you could take the C train all the way there for $3. 8th Avenue and 49th Street, I add, ignoring the clawing flush of awareness that I am absurd. Instead of taking the cab all the way home, I'm having the driver take me from Park Slope to a subway stop in Hell's Kitchen, roughly 2 blocks from my building. It's not that I'm particularly safety-minded and don't want this cabbie to know where I live. It's that it's Monday, approximately 11:30, and Jack will be there. At least he should be. Since I first saw him busking at the 50th Street station nearly 6 months ago, he's been there every Monday night, along with Wednesday and Thursday mornings before work, and Friday at lunchtime. Tuesday he's gone, and I've never seen him there on the weekend. Mondays are my favorite, though, because there's an intensity in the way he crouches over his guitar, cradling it, seducing it. Music that seems to have been trapped inside all weekend long is freed, broken only by the occasional metallic tumble of pocket change, dropped into the open guitar case at his feet, or the roar of an approaching train. I don't know what he does in the hours he's not there. I'm also fairly certain his name isn't Jack, but I needed to call him something other than the busker, and giving him a name made my obsession seem less pathetic. Sort of. The cabbie is quiet. He isn't even listening to talk radio or any of the other cacophonous car filler every New Yorker gets used to. I blink away from my phone and the Instagram feed full of books and makeup tutorials, to the mess of sleet and slush on the roads. My cocktail buzz doesn't seem to be evaporating as quickly as I'd hoped, and by the time we pull up to the curb and I pay the fare, I still have its giddy effervescence simmering in my blood. I've never come to see Jack while drunk before, and it's either a terrible or a fantastic idea. I guess we're about to find out which. Hitting the bottom of the stairs, I catch him tuning his guitar and stop a few feet away, studying him. With his head bowed, and in the beam of the streetlight shooting down the stairs, his light brown hair seems almost silver. He's suitably scruffy for our generation, but he looks clean, so I like to think he has a nice apartment and a regular, well-paying job, and does this because he loves it. He has the type of hair I can't resist, neat and trimmed along the sides, but wild and untamed on top. It looks soft, too, shiny under the lights, and the kind of hair you want to curl a fist around. I don't know what color his eyes are, because he never looks up at anyone while he plays, but I like to imagine they're brown or dark green, a color deep enough to get lost in. I've never seen him arrive or leave, because I always walk past him, drop a dollar bill in his case, and keep moving. Then, covertly from the platform, I look over, as do many of us, to where he sits on his stool near the base of the stairs, his fingers flying up and down the neck of the instrument. His left hand pulls out the notes as if it's as simple as breathing. Breathing. As an aspiring writer, it's my least favorite cliché, but it's the only one that suits. I've never seen someone's fingers move like that, as if he doesn't even have to think about it. In some ways, it seems like he gives the guitar an actual human voice. He looks up as I drop a bill into his case, squinting at me, and gives me a quiet, "Thanks very much." He's never done that before. Looked up when someone dropped money in his case, and I'm caught completely off guard when our eyes meet. Green. His are green. And he doesn't immediately look away. The hold of his gaze is mesmerizing. So instead of saying, "Yeah," or "Sure," or "Nothing at all," like any other New Yorker would, I blurt, "I love your music so much." A string of words breathlessly said as one. I'm gifted with the humblest flicker of a smile, and my tipsy brain nearly shorts out. He does this thing where he chews on his bottom lip for a second before saying, "Do you reckon so? Well, you're very kind. I love to play it." His accent is heavily Irish, and the sound of it makes my fingers tingle. "What's your name?" 3 mortifying seconds pass before he answers with a surprised grin. "Calvin. And yours?" This is a conversation. Holy shit, I'm having a conversation with a stranger I've had a crush on for months. "Holland," I say. Like the province in the Netherlands. Everyone thinks it's synonymous with the Netherlands, but it's not. Oof. Tonight I've concluded 2 things about gin. It tastes like pine cones, and is clearly the devil's sauce. Calvin smiles up at me, saying cheekily, "Holland, a province and a scholar," before he adds something quietly under his breath that I don't quite make out. I can't tell if the amused light in his eyes is because I'm an entertaining idiot, or because there's a person directly behind me doing something awesome. Having not been on a date in what feels like a millennium, I also don't know where a conversation should go after this, so I bolt, practically sprinting the 20 feet to the platform. When I come to a halt, I dig in my purse with the practiced urgency of a woman who is used to pretending she has something critical she must obtain immediately. The word he whispered, "lovely," registers about 30 seconds too late. He meant my name, I'm sure. I'm not saying that in a false modesty kind of way. My best friend Lulu and I agree that, objectively, we're middle-of-the-pack women in Manhattan, which is pretty great as soon as we leave New York. But Calvin, gets ogled by every manner of man and woman passing through the station, from the Madison Avenue Trustafarians slumming it on the subway to the scrappy students from Bay Ridge. Honestly, he could have his pick of bad partners if he ever took the time to look up at our faces. To confirm my theory, a quick glance in my compact mirror reveals the clownish bleed of my mascara below my eyes, and a particularly ghoulish lack of color in the bottom half of my face. I reach up and attempt to smooth the tangle of brown strands that every other moment of my life are straight and lifeless, but have presently escaped the confines of my ponytail and defy gravity around my head. Lovely, at present I am not. Calvin's music returns, and it fills the quiet station in this echoing, haunting way that actually makes me feel even drunker than I thought I was. Why did I come here tonight? Why did I speak to him? Now I have to realign all these things in my brain, like his name not being Jack, and his eyes having a defined color. The knowledge that he is Irish just about makes me feel crazy enough to go climb on his lap. Ugh, crushes are the worst. But in hindsight, a crush from afar seems so much easier than this. I should stick to making up stories in my head and watching from a distance like a reasonable creeper. Now I've broken the 4th wall, and if he's as friendly as his eyes tell me he is, he may notice me when I drop money in his case the next time, and I will be forced to interact smoothly or run in the opposite direction. I may be middle of the pack when my mouth is closed, but as soon as I start talking to men, Lulu calls me appalland, for how appallingly unappealing I become. Obviously, she's not wrong. And now I'm sweating under my pink wool coat, my face is melting, and I'm hit with an almost uncontrollable urge to hike my tights up to my armpits, because they have slowly crept down beneath my skirt and are starting to feel like form-fitting harem pants. I should really go for it and just shimmy them up my waist, because other than one comatose gentleman sleeping on a nearby bench, it's just me and Calvin down there, and he's not paying attention to me anymore. But then the sleeping gentleman rises, zombie-like, and takes one shuffling step toward me. Subway stations are awful when they're empty like this. They're caves for the leches, the harassers, the flashers. It isn't that late, not even midnight on a Monday, but I've clearly just missed a train. I move to my left, farther down the platform, and pull out my phone to look busy. Alas, I should know that drunken, persistent men are often not swayed by the industrious presence of an iPhone, and the zombie comes closer. I don't know if it's the tiny spike of fear in my chest, or a draft passing through the station, but I'm hit with the cloying, briny smell of mucus. The sour rot of spilled soda sitting for months at the bottom of a trash bin. He lifts a hand, pointing. You have my phone. Turning, I give him a wide berth as I circle back toward the stairs in Calvin. My thumb hovers over Robert's phone number. He follows. You, come here. You have my phone. Without bothering to look up, I say as calmly as possible. Get the hell away from me. I push Robert's name and hold the phone to my ear. It rings hollowly, one ring for every 5 of my pounding heartbeats. Calvin's music swells, aggressively now. Does he not see this person following me around the station? I have the absurd thought that it really is remarkable how deeply he gets in the zone while playing. The man starts this shuffling, lurching run in my direction, and the notes tearing out of Calvin's guitar become a soundtrack for the lunatic chasing me down the platform. My tights keep me from running with any amount of speed or grace, but his clunky run speeds up, turns more fluid with confidence. Through the phone, I hear the tinny sound of Robert answering. Hey, Buttercup. Holy crap, Robert, I'm at the... The man reaches out, his hand wrapping around the sleeve of my coat, jerking my phone away from my ear. Robert! Halls? Robert yells. Honey, where are you? I grapple, trying to hold on because I have the sickening sense that I'm off balance. Dread sends a cold, sobering rush along my skin. The man is not helping me stay upright. He's shoving me. In the distance, I hear a deep shout. Hey! My phone skitters along the concrete. Holland? It happens so fast, and I guess things like this always happen fast. If they happen slowly, I'd like to think I'd do something, anything. But 1 second I'm on the nubby yellow warning line, and the next I'm falling onto the tracks. Chapter 2. I've never been inside an ambulance before, and it's just as mortifying to snort awake in front of 2 sober professionals as I'd imagine it would be. A female paramedic with a permanent furrow etched into her forehead stares down at me, expression severe. Monitors beep. When I look around, my head becomes a rocket ship, counting down to some manner of combustive event. My arm is sore. No, not just sore. Screaming. A glance down tells me it's already restrained in a sling. With the distant roar of an oncoming train, I remember being pushed onto the tracks. Someone pushed me onto the subway tracks. My heart begins doing a chaotic version of kung fu in my chest, and the panic tempo is echoed by the various machines around me. I sit up, struggling against the monumental wave of nausea, and croak. Did you catch him? Whoa. With concern in her eyes, the paramedic, her name tag reads Rossi, gently urges me back down. You're okay. She nods at me with confidence. You're okay. And then she presses a card into my hand. National Suicide Prevention Lifeline, 1-800-273-8255. I flip it over, wondering if the other side says, who to call when a drunk dude pushes you onto the tracks. Unfortunately, it does not. I look back up at her, feeling my face heat in indignation. I didn't jump. Rossi nods. It's okay, Ms. Baker. She misreads my mystified expression and adds, we got your name from your purse, which we recovered just off the platform. He didn't take my purse? She presses her lips into a frown and I look around for backup. There are actually 2 paramedics here. The other is a scruffy paramedic of the month calendar model type, who was diligently charting something from where he stands, just outside the ambulance. His name tag reads Gonzalez. Beyond, a cop car is parked at the curb, and a pair of officers chat amiably near the open driver's side door. I can't help but feel this isn't the smoothest way to intervene in a potential suicide situation. I've just pig snorted. My skirt is awkwardly bunched near my hips. The crotch of my tights is somewhere south of the equator, and my shirt is unbuttoned to make room for the adhesive cardiac monitors. A suicidal individual might suffer a touch of humiliation here. Scooching my skirt down with as much grace as I can manage, I repeat, I didn't jump. Gonzalez looks up from his paperwork and leans against the ambulance door. We found you there, sweetie. I screw my eyes closed, growling at his condescension. This still doesn't add up. 2 paramedics just happened to be wandering through the subway right after I fell onto the tracks? He gives me a tiny flicker of a smile. Anonymous caller. Said there was someone on the tracks. Didn't mention anyone pushing her. 9 times out of 10, it's an attempt. Anonymous caller. Calvin. I see movement just outside the ambulance, at the curb. It's dark out, but it's definitely him. Holy shit. And I can see him just as he stands. Calvin meets my eyes for the briefest pulse before startling and jerking his face away. Without another look back, he turns to walk down 8th Avenue. Hey! I point. Wait! Talk to him! Gonzalez and Rossi slowly turn. Rossi makes no move to stand, and I stab my finger forward again. That guy! He pushed you? Gonzalez asks. No, I think he's the one who called. Rossi shakes her head. Her wince is less sympathetic, more pitying. That guy walked up after we arrived on scene. He said he didn't know anything. He lied. I struggle to sit up farther. Calvin! He doesn't stop. If anything, he speeds up, ducking behind a taxicab before jogging across the street. He was there, I tell them, bewildered. Jesus, how much did I drink? It was me, that busker, Calvin, and a drunk man. The drunk guy was going for my phone and shoved me off the platform. Gonzalez tilts his head, gesturing to the cops. In that case, you should file a police report. I can't help it. The rudeness just flies out of me. You think? I'm given another flicker of a smile. No doubt it's because I don't look the part of a ballsy backtalker with my saggy tights and unbuttoned shirt with pink polka dots. Holland, we suspect your arm is broken. Gonzalez climbs inside and adjusts a strap on my sling. And you may have a concussion. Our priority now is getting you down to Mount Sinai West. Is there anyone who can meet you there? Yeah. I need to call Robert and Jeff, my uncles. I look up at Gonzalez, remembering how my phone was in my hand 1 minute, and I was being flung onto the tracks the next. Did you also find my phone? He winces and looks up at Rossi, who gives me her first, apologetic grin. I hope you have their number memorized. She lifts up a Ziploc bag, holding the shattered remains of my beloved device. Once my head is checked, no concussion, and my right arm is casted, fractured ulna, I file a police report from my hospital bed. It's only when I'm speaking to the 2 intensely intimidating officers that I register that I was avoiding making eye contact with the man grabbing me. I didn't get a good look at his face, though I can quite accurately describe his smell. The cops exchange a look before the taller one asks me. The guy got close enough to grab your jacket, yell at you, and shove you over onto the tracks. But you didn't see his face? I want to scream. Obviously, you have never been a woman running away from a creepy dude before. But instead, let them move on. I can tell from their expressions that my lack of a physical description dissolves the credibility of my "I didn't jump" story. And in the wake of this mild humiliation, I decided it would seem even more suspicious if I knew the name of the busker at the subway, and he still failed to stick around to help me out. So I don't bother to mention Calvin by name either, and they jot down my generic details with only the vaguest display of investment. After they leave, I lie back, staring up at the blank gray ceiling. What a crazy night. I lift my good arm, squinting at my watch. Morning. Holy shit, it's nearly 3. How long was I down there? Above the dull throb that painkillers don't seem to dim, I keep seeing Calvin standing up from where he'd been waiting at the curb. It means something that he was still there when I came to, doesn't it? But if he was the anonymous caller, and I assume he must have been because we all know the zombie didn't have a phone, why didn't Calvin tell the police that someone pushed me? And why lie and tell them he wasn't a witness? The telltale rushing click of dress shoes on linoleum crescendos from the hallway, and I sit up, knowing what's coming. Robert bursts past the curtain, followed more smoothly by Jeff. What the fuck? Robert stretches the last word into about 17 syllables and takes my face in his hands, leaning in, examining me. Do you realize how freaked out we've been? Sorry, I wince, feeling my chin wobble for the first time. My phone got knocked out of my hand. Seeing my family's panic makes the shock set in, and I start shaking wildly. Emotion rises like a salty tide in my chest. Robert leans in, pressing his lips to my cheek. Jeff steps closer too, resting a gentle hand on my knee. Although he isn't related to me by blood, I've known Uncle Robert my entire life. He met my mother's younger brother, Jeff, several years before I was born. Uncle Jeff is the calm one. It's the Midwesterner in him. He is steady and rational and deliberate. He is, you may have guessed, in finance. Robert, by contrast, is motion and sound. He was born in Ghana and moved here when he was 18 to attend the Curtis Institute of Music in Philadelphia. Jeff tells me that Robert had 10 job offers when he finished, but he chose the position of youngest ever concertmaster of the Des Moines Symphony because the two of them fell in love at first sight the weekend Robert was in town interviewing. My uncles left Des Moines when I was 16 and headed to Manhattan. By that point, Robert had been promoted out of the ensemble to become the conductor of the symphony. Moving off Broadway, even as a musical director, was a big step down for him in pay and classical prestige. But musical theater is where Robert's heart beats, and, maybe more importantly for them, it's long been much easier for a dude to be happily married to a dude in New York than in Iowa. They have thrived here, and 2 years ago, Robert sat down and composed what would soon become the most popular production on Broadway. It possessed him. Unwilling to live away from them for long, I came to Columbia for my MFA in creative writing, but have basically stalled out. Being a baby graduate with an MFA in New York makes me a mediocre guppy in an enormous school of brilliant fish. Without an idea for the great American novel, or any aptitude for journalism, I was virtually unemployable. Robert, my savior, got me a job in theater. My official title is archivist, admittedly a strange role for a 25-year-old with 0 Broadway experience. And given that we already have 1 million photos of the production for the program, I'm keenly aware that this job was created solely as a favor to my uncle. Once or twice a week I'll walk around, randomly taking pictures of sets, costumes, and backstage antics for the press agency to use on social media. 4 nights a week, I work front of the house selling It Possessed Him t-shirts. But unfortunately, I can't imagine dealing with the wild bustle of intermission, or holding my gigantic camera with only one good arm, and it punches an additional gust of guilt deep into my belly. I am so useless. I pull one of the pillows out from under my head and let loose a few screams into it. "What's going on, Buttercup?" Robert pulls the pillow away. "Do you need more medicine?" "I need more purpose." He laughs to dismiss this, bending to kiss my forehead. Jeff's gentle hand slips into one of mine in quiet solidarity. But Jeff, sweet, sensible, number-crunching Jeff, has found a love for throwing clay in the past year. At least he has the passion for pottery pushing him forward through the tedium of a Wall Street workday. I have nothing but my love for books other people have written, and the anticipation of seeing Calvin play guitar a few days a week at the 50th Street station. After tonight's stunt, I'm not even sure I'll feel that anymore. The next time I see him, I'll be less inclined to swoon. I'm more inclined to get up in his face and ask why he allowed me to be thrown under the proverbial bus, or train, as it were. Maybe I'll go back to Des Moines while this fracture heals and take some time to think about what I really want to do with my degrees, because when it comes to liberal arts, one useless degree plus another useless degree equals 0 jobs. I look up at my uncles. "Did you call Mom and Dad?" Jeff nods. "They asked if they should come out." I laugh despite my dark mood. I'm sure that without even seeing the extent of my injuries, Jeff told them not to worry. My parents hate the urban bluster of New York so much that even if I were broken in half, in traction, it would still be better for everyone if they stayed in Iowa. Certainly would be less stressful for me. Finally, Jeff eases down on the mattress next to me and glances up at Robert. I notice that Jeff licks his lips before he asks something difficult. I wonder whether he knows he does it. "So, what happened, Halsey?" "You mean, why did I end up on the Sea Line tracks?" Robert gives me a knowing look. "Yes. And since I'm confident the little suicide intervention advice we were just given in the waiting room was unnecessary, maybe you can tell us how you fell. A guy cornered me. He wanted my phone, and when I got too close to the tracks, he shoved me over. Robert's jaw drops. That's what was happening when you called. Jeff's cheeks go brilliant red. Did you file a police report? Yeah, I tell him. But he was wearing a hoodie, and you know how making eye contact with crazies only encourages them. So I couldn't say much other than that he was white, probably in his 30s, bearded and drunk. Jeff laughs dryly. Sounds like most of Brooklyn on a Friday night. I turn my eyes to Robert. A train had just left, so there weren't any other witnesses. Not even Jack. Both my uncles knew about my subway crush. I shake my head. His name is Calvin. Answering the question that forms in their eyes, I say, I'd had a couple of cocktails and asked him. Robert grins down at me. Liquid courage. Liquid idiocy. His eyes narrow. But you're telling me Calvin didn't see anything? That's what he told the paramedics. But I think he was the one who called them. Robert slides a sturdy arm around me, helping me up. Well, you've been cleared to leave. He kisses the side of my head and utters 6 perfect words. You're coming home with us tonight. Chapter 3. I'm lucky enough to live alone in Manhattan, an absurd rarity and owed entirely to the generosity of my uncles. Robert for the job, of course, and Jeff because he makes a crap ton of money and pays a pretty big chunk of my rent. But as much as I love living in my little apartment, I'll admit I'm glad not to be there tonight. Going home with a broken arm to my small but lovely space would only remind me that I am a useless, phoneless, privileged heap of bones who was so pitiful she let a drunk dude harass her and push her off a subway platform. Being at Jeff and Robert's is cushy, but at least here I can scrounge up minimal value. After some sleep, I am the board game companion Jeff wishes he would find in Robert. I am the absurd singer-along Robert always wants in his company. And even with one arm, I am the cook that neither of them will ever be. Jeff takes Tuesday off to make sure I'm okay, and when we're all up and moving around noon, I whip up a decent Eggs Benedict for the 3 of us. Even with only one good arm, I manage a better outcome than either of them would have. Robert fell in love with the dish sometime back in the 90s, and as soon as I was competent with a blender and frying pan, he informed me that it needed to be my specialty because there is hollandaise sauce on it. Get it? Get it? He always adds. Jeff and I still groan every time. The afternoon rolls by with the 3 of us curled up on the enormous couch, watching Brigadoon and An American in Paris. Robert told me to take the night off, and he doesn't need to be at work until around 5 today anyway. I know I won't see Calvin tonight, so I'm trying, and failing, to banish him from my thoughts. The memory of my first glimpse of his face and voice is blurred by a cocktail of feelings. First, there's disappointment. He was my happy place. Why was I compelled to venture outside my predictable routine and ruin it by speaking? Next, there's anger and confusion. Why didn't he tell the paramedics the truth? Why did he run away? And finally, there's attraction. I still really, really want to make out with him. With a hammering heart, I jog down the stairs into the station the next morning, bag tight to my hip as I nudge past the slower-moving commuters. At the bottom, I pull up short, always unprepared for the sound of Calvin tearing through more up-tempo, elaborate pieces. Most days, he's strictly classical guitar, but for whatever reason, on Wednesdays, he seems to flavor flamenco, chamamé, and calypso. The crowd is thick at 8:45. It smells like dirty steel and spilled soda, coffee, and the pastry the guy next to me is unself-consciously shoving in his mouth. I expected to feel at least some emotional turbulence when returning to the scene of my near death, but other than wanting some answers from Calvin, I don't. I've been here so many times that the banality of my memories still overrides the trauma. It still just feels, ooh, busker, and meh, subway. I take the last few seconds to rally before Calvin comes into view. I'm generally not one for confrontation, but I know I'll never stop overthinking what happened Monday night if I don't at least say something. His feet appear first, black boots, turned up cuffs, then his guitar case and legs, a rip in the knee of his jeans, hips, torso, chest, neck, face. A traffic jam of emotions always clogs up my throat when I see his expression, and how transported he becomes when he plays, even in the chaos of the station. I push them down, digging for the memory that he left me shouting like a crazy person in the back of an ambulance. He looks up right as I move in front of him. The shock of eye contact makes my heart roll over and I wince. My righteous indignation has deserted me. His eyes drop to my cast, and then return directly to the strings of his guitar. Beneath the shadow of his stubble, I can see a flush climb over his cheeks. This acknowledgement buoys me. I open my mouth to say something just as an E-train shrieks to a stop on the platform, only a dozen yards away, and I'm quickly swallowed in the sea of people pouring out of it. Breathless, I look back through the crowd, only to catch Calvin packing up his guitar and jogging up the stairs. Reluctantly, I move deeper into the station, nestled in the herd of commuters. It's notable that he looked up, right? He doesn't usually do that. It's almost like he was waiting for me to appear. The C-train pulls into the station, too, and we all take a few steps closer to the tracks, closer to each other, ready to jockey for a spot inside. And so begins my completely unnecessary ritual. Robert is waiting for me in front of the Levin Gladstone Theatre when I approach. It's probably more accurate to say that he's waiting for the coffee I bring every Wednesday through Sunday. When I hand it over, I catch a flash of the Telltale logo on the cup, and I'm sure Robert does too. Madman Espresso is 10 blocks away. If Robert realizes that I take the train every morning to an out-of-the-way coffee shop because I want to see Calvin, he doesn't mention it. He probably should. I need my ass kicked. The wind blows Robert's red scarf up and around his black wool coat, like a wild flag waving in the middle of the grey steel view along 47th Street. I smile up at him, letting him have this quiet moment of transition. Work is stressful for him lately. It possessed him, has taken off in a really insane way in the past 9 months, and all shows are sold out for the foreseeable future. But our lead actor, Luis Genova, only signed on for a 10-month run, which comes to an end in a month. At that point, screen legend Ramon Martin will take over, and with his intense Hollywood fame comes even more intense pressure on Robert to make sure the orchestra lifts Ramon into the Broadway stratosphere. If Robert wants to walk around outside a little and drink his coffee to procrastinate, I'm game. I'm not going to make him go into that building any sooner than he wants to. He takes a sip, studying me. How'd you sleep last night? Painkillers and emotional exhaustion ensured that I fell like a brick into bed. Robert nods at this, eyes narrowed. And how was your morning? He's working up to something. I squint suspiciously back at him. It was fine. After what happened on Monday night, he says and lifts his cup. You still went to see him at the station today? Damn it. I should have known he was onto me. Maybe I will make him go inside. I pull open the heavy side entrance door and bat my lashes in his direction. I don't know what you mean. Robert follows me into the cool shadows of the theater. Even with the sounds of people working behind the scenes and on stage, it's quiet compared to the electric atmosphere of showtime. You go get me coffee at Madman every workday. I like their coffee. As much as I love that you bring me caffeine every morning, you and I both have perfectly functional coffee makers in our apartments. You're taking the subway 10 blocks and back every morning for fancy espresso. You think I don't see what you're doing? I groan, turning to move deeper inside, toward the stairs leading to the second-floor offices. I know, I'm a mess. Robert holds the stairwell door open, looking incredulous. You still like him even after he left the paramedics thinking you were a jumper? In my defense, I went there this morning in an attempt to confront him. And? I growl into another sip. And I didn't say anything.
I understand what it's like to have a crush, he says. But do you think you should put him so squarely in your daily routine?
As we ascend, I poke his side with my undamaged left elbow. Says the guy who moved from Philly to Des Moines because he fell in lust with the waiter serving him a ribeye? Fair point. And if you don't approve, then point me in the direction of someone better. I spread my hands looking around us. Manhattan, particularly musical theater, is a beast for single women. Calvin was a safe but fun little diversion. I never planned on getting nearly murdered in front of him, let alone actually speaking to him. We emerge from the stairwell, and Robert follows me into his office. It's a tiny room along a hallway with 4 identically tiny rooms, and is in constant disarray, with sheet music everywhere, and paintings, photos, and notes on post-its lining every inch of wall. Robert's computer is, I think, 1 generation older than the desktop I took to college 6 years ago. He pokes at the keyboard to wake up his screen.
Well, I noticed that Evan and Strings is always looking at you.
I do a quick mental file through his strings section. All that comes to mind is his lead violinist, Seth, and Seth is not attracted to the ladies. Even if he were, Robert wouldn't let me date him, even over his dead body. Despite being invaluable to the production, Seth has a knack for throwing tantrums and stirring up drama within the ensemble. He is the only person I've ever seen make Robert truly angry. Which one's Evan? Twirling a finger over his close-cropped hair, he says.
Long hair. Viola?
Ah, now I know who he means. Evan is sexy in a Tarzan kind of way, but the rest of him might be a little too wild. Yeah, Bobbert, I say, holding up my hands, but the fingernails on his bow hand.
What are you talking about?
Robert laughs. How can you not see this? It's like he's plucking his strings with a shark tooth. I shrug. He just seems oddly carnivorous. I don't think I could overlook it.
Carnivorous? You devoured your lamb chop last Wednesday. It was feral.
He's right, I did. I cook great lamb. What do you want from me? From the doorway comes the sneering groan of my boss.
What the fuck are you even talking about?
With a grin, I answer, lamb, just as Uncle Robert answers, man claws. And Brian's frown turns radioactive. In an effort to keep nepotism at the minimum, I don't actually report to Uncle Robert, but to the stage manager, the brilliant yet douchey Brian, who I'm convinced has odd collections of things at home, like a hoarder's cave with every single back issue of National Geographic, or butterflies pinned to dusty boards. Super cute family bonding. Brian turns to sashay away, calling over his shoulder, Holland, stagehand meeting, now. With a last zany smile thrown to Robert, I follow Brian downstairs to the stage and the weekly meeting awaiting us. The stagehand team consists of 20 people. Brian oversees all the details, blocking, cues, props, scenery, and ensuring that Robert's job runs smoothly, which means that he likes to claim credit for the current cult fever over Possessed. But the real heroes are the ones behind the curtain, responding to his barked orders. The people Brian presently refers to as his minions. Don't get me wrong, Brian's job is a beast, and he is very good at what he does. The production runs smoothly, the sets are stunning, and noted in nearly every one of the raving reviews the production receives. The actors hit their cues and the lighting is absolutely perfect. It's just that Brian also happens to be a power demon with a rampant petty side. Case in point, just now a text arrives on my phone. I see that you're incapacitated, so I'm not quite sure how you plan to handle job duties this week. Brian's inability to get the YOUR/YOU''RE distinction correct makes something itch deep inside my brain. And he's texting me about this, while sitting a mere 3 feet away, not only to avoid direct confrontation, at which he is terrible, but also to give a clear message to the stagehand currently speaking that he doesn't care what she has to say. He might be a dick, but unfortunately, he's also right. I can barely hold my phone with my right hand peeking out of the sling. I have no idea how I'll maneuver my camera. It takes some time, but I manage to type a reply with my left. other than front of the house, are there things I can help with for the next couple weeks? It pains me to hit send on such a vulnerable text. It really does. Even though my tiny archivist salary is comprised of money from nearly every department, Brian feels the most put out for even having to deal with me on a regular basis. I already know this job is a gift. I don't need his gleeful reminders of that fact every time we interact. While the stagehand continues to update us on the progress in painting the new drop-down forest, Brian ignores her and types, sneering down at his phone. Looks like your uncle needs more help than I do. It takes me a minute to understand his meaning, but when I do, it's accompanied by an almost comically timed, deafening cymbal crash coming from the orchestra pit. The entire group assembled for the meeting on stage stands from their seats and peers down as the aforementioned lead violinist, Seth, shoves clear of the percussion section, shoulders past Robert, and begins to storm up the center aisle. I glance down at Seth's chair. He's left his violin just sitting there. I can't stop staring at it. I've heard from Robert that Seth's violin cost upward of $40,000, and he just plopped it on his chair before leaving in a huff. From the second position, Lisa Stern leans over, gingerly picking it up. I'm sure she'll return it to him later. No doubt Seth assumes she will too. What a dick. He has tantrums all the time, but for some reason, the stillness in the theater that follows this outburst feels profound. My stomach drops. Seth has 3 long duets with the lead, and those segments are the heart of the soundtrack. Seth's violin is more than part of the orchestra ensemble. Although he doesn't appear on stage, he's truly one of the lead cast members and has even been featured on our primary merchandise and in mainstream media. We can't have a single performance without those solos. What transpired must have been major, because Robert's calm voice carries through the entire theater.
Let me be clear, Seth. You know what it means if you walk out today. Ramon Martin begins in a month, and you won't be joining him. Fuck you, Bob.
Seth jerks his arms into his jacket and doesn't look back as he yells, I'm done. Chapter 4. My new phone vibrates just as the credits roll on my 3rd consecutive Vampire Diaries episode of the night. I wouldn't normally be mainlining addicting teen dramas on a work night, but Robert balked when he caught me awkwardly trying to fold Louise Genova t-shirts and kicked me out after the Wednesday matinee, thereby exacerbating my guilt spiral. I can't go to yoga. I can't try to write. I can't go have a drink because of these painkillers. I can't even focus on reading without the intrusive worry about what Robert is going to do without Seth leading the orchestra. My phone vibrates again, and I cross the room to where it's charging in the kitchen counter, next to the laptop I haven't touched in weeks. I'm wholly expecting it to be my brother Davis calling to ensure I'm not out venturing the mean streets of Manhattan with only one arm to protect myself. But I'm pleasantly surprised to see Lulu's smiling face light up the screen instead. Hello there. I open the fridge, scanning the contents. How's my little invalid? Judging by the sounds of voices and clanking silverware coming from the other end of the line, Lulu is at Blue Hill, where she is, like many in Manhattan, an actress waiting tables while awaiting her big break. I tuck the phone between my chin and shoulder, and with my good arm, pull a casserole dish out of the fridge and set it on the counter. I'm home. Robert said I looked like a 3-legged puppy at a dog show and told me to go home for a few days. What a monster, she says with a laugh. Are you at work? Yeah. Actually, hang on. A few moments of muffled silence pass, and then she returns, the background quieter now. I had an early shift, so I'm leaving soon. You're off tonight? I stop with my plate of cold lasagna, just shy of the microwave. Outlook suddenly brighter. Come over and I'll make you dinner. I'll only need one of your hands. I have a better idea. I got a 2-for-1 in the cover to see this ridiculous band, and Jean can't go. Come with me. I know this story well. Lulu found tickets to a venue on Groupon and couldn't pass them up because they were such a good deal. Most of the time, I love her impulsivity and obsession with random adventures. But it's cold tonight, and going out requires changing out of my pajamas. which means putting on actual clothes that I'd have to wrestle my way into. This is a pass for me, Lou. I pop my food into the microwave while she whimpers into the line. The sound is so pathetic, it chips away at my resolve, and I don't even have to say anything. She knows it. Come on, Holland. The band is called Loose Springsteen. How amazing is that? I growl. Don't make me go to Jersey by myself. A cover band in Jersey? I say. You really aren't sweetening the deal here. You'd rather stay home in your pajamas eating leftovers than have the night of your life with me? I snort. You might be overselling it just a bit. She whimpers again, and I break. Lulu was absolutely overselling it. Hole in the Hall is a bar? That's really the nicest thing I can say about it. The subway station lets out just across the street from a nondescript brick building, and Lulu giddily dances down the sidewalk. The neighborhood is a mixture of business and residential, but at least half the surrounding buildings look vacant. Opposite the bar is an empty Korean restaurant, with shuttered windows and a sign hanging crookedly near the doorway. Next door is a converted house with neon letters that spell House of Hookah. The once bright tubes are now dark and dusty against the tin roof. It's not exactly a mystery why Hole in the Hall would need to seduce potential new clientele with Groupon deals. Lulu turns to perform her dance backward, luring me across the shiny, wet street. This is promising, at least, she says brightly as we join a small crowd of people lined up near the door. The opening notes of Journey's Don't Stop Believin' can be heard through the brick walls, and each time the door opens, the music rushes out, as if escaping. I have to admit it feels good to get dressed and leave my worries to languish in the apartment for a few hours. Leggings and a dressy top weren't too much work, and Lulu and her two good arms helped me blow-dry my long hair. For the first time in a couple of days, I didn't look and feel like a troll doll. This night might not be so bad after all. When it's finally our turn to enter, Lulu brandishes her 2-for-1 coupon like a badge and shimmies through the line. Unsurprisingly, it's pretty no-frills inside. The walls are lined with old video games, and carved-up tables stand in clusters surrounding the bar. The decor is a questionable mix of Harley-Davidson, taxidermy, and Old West paraphernalia. A stripper pole stands proudly on a platform at one end, and a stage at the other. The lighting is dim and dusty, and combined with a makeshift fog machine, it makes the band members little more than backlit figures moving around on stage. Settling at a table, Lulu flags down a waitress and we order drinks that materialize almost disturbingly quickly, like they were poured hours ago and left to grow stale behind the bar. Lulu studies her cocktail, charmingly titled Adios, Motherfucker. With a tiny why the fuck not shrug, she takes a swallow, wincing as it goes down. Tastes like 7-Up. I am mesmerized by the blinking neon ice cube in her glass. I worry your drink is going to give someone a seizure. She takes another sip, and her straw blooms with fluorescent blue alcohol. Actually, it tastes like sparkling water. See? That's the house-made moonshine killing your taste buds. She ignores this and turns her brown eyes on me. Is the cast a giant pain in the ass? I've never broken a bone. She grins. Well, none of my own, if you know what I mean. I laugh, looking down at my purple cast peeking out of the black sling. It could be worse. The camera's a bit unruly and I can't fold shirts very well yet, but I could be dead? She nods at this, taking another sip of her drink, which is already half gone. I say, let's be honest. I only need one hand to take people's money during intermission, so it's not that bad. I hear you're great one-handed. She slaps a bead on the table and makes a rimshot noise. The best. I wink. What about you? Any auditions? Lulu shakes her head with a little pout, and then does a shoulder shimmy to the beat of the music. She might waitress to make ends meet, but she's dreamed of being an actress and she was old enough to know it was a possibility. We met in grad school, where she was studying theater and I was writing. She's told me on several occasions that she should become my muse, and I can write script after script for her. This should tell you a lot about our dynamic, which, despite this Jersey side quest, is generally more entertaining than tedious. She's been in a few low-budget commercials. She played an accident-prone chicken in an insurance commercial, and I have several gifs of this performance I like to occasionally text her out of the blue. Attended almost every acting class offered in New York, and, as a favor to me, was given a small part in one of Robert's shows. It didn't last long because, as Robert put it, Lulu is good at playing Lulu, and only Lulu. But as long as she draws breath, she will believe that her big break is just around the corner. No auditions this week. She watches the stage while taking another neon pull from her drink. I gingerly sip my watered-down Diet Coke. Crowds haven't died down since the holidays, so we're all taking on extra hours. Nodding toward the musicians, she says, I feel like I'm being visually assaulted by the crotch of that guy's outfit. But this band? They don't completely suck. I follow her gaze to where the lead singer has moved to stand under a single bright spotlight. His acid-washed jeans are so tight I can see every lump he has to offer. A few more hours in those pants, and I'm confident he can kiss his child-fathering years goodbye. The band shifts from the closing notes of Def Leppard's Pour Some Sugar on Me into a cover of Great White's Rock Me. I have my older brother Thomas's addiction to hair metal to thank for this knowledge. And a brave, or drunk, group of women gravitate to the edge of the stage, dancing to the bluesy opening chords. And why not? I sway a little in my seat, drawn in by the way the guitar player drags out each note, like a maddening seduction, his head bent low in concentration. Loose Springsteen might be a cheesy cover band, and most of them are wearing at least one dangly earring and/or an article of clothing covered in animal print. But Lulu is right. They aren't half bad. With a little polish, I could see them playing in a bigger club somewhere, or in an 80s revival off Broadway. The singer falls back, and the guitarist moves into a circle of smoky light, beginning his requisite solo. There's a surprisingly loud reaction from the women up front, and there's something familiar about the way he holds the guitar, the way his fingers glide up the neck, the way his hair falls forward. Oh, holy... He lifts his chin, and even with his eyes in shadow and half his face turned away, I know. That's him, I say, pointing. I sit up straighter, pulling my phone out. I'm still on enough painkillers to not entirely trust my eyes right now. I zoom in, snapping a blurry picture. Who? I stare down at the screen and recognize the cut of his jaw, his full mouth. Calvin, the dude from the subway. Shut up. She squints, leaning in. That's him? There's a moment of silence where I know she's looking him over, seeing exactly what I've seen almost every day for the last 6 months. Damn. Okay. She turns to me, brows pointed skyward. He's hot. I told you. We both look back over to him. He's playing high on the neck, screaming out the notes on his guitar, and unlike the meditative lean of his posture at the station, here he's completely playing to the audience. What is he doing here? What if he sees me? Oh my God, is he going to think I followed him? Come on, how would you possibly know he's the guitarist for Loose Springsteen? You're not exactly a member of their fan club. Lulu lets out a happy cackle. As if they have a fan club. She's right, of course, but even now, the way I can't take my eyes off him, I feel like a stalker. I already know so much about his schedule. I saw him just this morning, after all, and I know even more now. Is this the kind of thing he does when he's not busking? Good Lord. Maybe this is why there's such a fire to his playing at the station. He has to physically force this music out of his head. The song ends, and the lead singer slips his mic into the stand, muttering that they're taking a break before smashing his bottle of Rolling Rock to his lips and triumphantly draining it. I'm out of my chair before I know what I'm doing. People shuffle back to their seats to refuel on bad beer, and the lights go up just enough that I see Calvin disappear into the shadows and reappear a moment later at the opposite side of the bar. Whereas the rest of the band is a veritable cover spread of 1980s fashion don'ts, Calvin is in a black t-shirt with the hem tucked lazily into the front of his dark jeans. He's wearing his black boots, too, and the left one is presently propped on the brass rail near his feet. The bartender places a dark beer in front of him and he lifts it, staring ahead. I'm not sure how to approach him, and he still hasn't seen me standing a few feet away. Saying his name somehow feels sincerely weird, so I square my shoulders and slide onto the bar stool beside him. Only once I'm seated do I register that there were about 10 other women working up the nerve to do the same thing, coming at him from all angles. He turns slowly, like this happens at every set break, and he's never sure what manner of companion he's going to end up with. But when our eyes meet, he startles, face immediately relaxing into a genuine smile. Hey, it's the girl from the Netherlands. And I can't help it. Incredulity makes it burst out of me. Hey? Calvin's smile turns a little sympathetic, like he gets it, and waves to the bartender, who immediately approaches. Whatever she wants, he tells the older man. I hesitate. I didn't come over here to have a drink with him. I came here to scratch that tickle of curiosity in my head that's been plaguing me for the past few days, and maybe tell him off a little. But his inherent easiness is disorienting. I expected him to be shy or stiff. Instead, he's nothing but relaxed, smiling charisma. The bartender taps an impatient finger against the bar. I apologize under my breath before ordering. Club soda with lime, please. A real wild child you are, Calvin teases. I meet his eyes, giving him a forced grin. I'm on painkillers. I nod to the cast. Broken arm. He grimaces playfully. Right. The question is so much easier to ask than I'd expected. So why didn't you tell them what you saw? They told my family I jumped. He nods a few times, swallowing his sip of beer before speaking. I'm sorry. I am. But I didn't think the police would believe my version. Pre-subway platform dive Holland will be losing her mind right now at the way his accent moves every word to the front of his mouth, and think comes out as tink, a tiny coin dropped into a cup. Okay, Holland of today is losing her mind a little too, but at least she's trying to keep her cool. Well, I say, they didn't believe my version either. They handed me a couple of self-help pamphlets and probably aren't even looking for the guy who did it. Calvin turns, meeting my eyes. Look, being in the station, I see... He shakes his head. I see people do terrible shite all the time, and then report it themselves. Crime fetish or something. That's all I could think about in that moment. Your bum ran off, and I was more concerned with getting you safe than stopping him. As he talks, he reaches into the front pocket of his jeans for a tube of chapstick, absently pulling off the cap and running the bomb quickly over his lips. The move is so distracting that I don't realize I'm staring at his mouth until the bartender loudly deposits a tumbler of sparkling water and limes on a napkin in front of me. Calvin slips the tube back into his pocket as he nods in thanks. My brain shuffles through memories of Monday night, and I have to admit that what he said makes sense, even if it doesn't explain why he lied to the EMTs. But does that matter? It was embarrassing to be handed the suicide prevention card, yeah. But in reality, Calvin called 911 and stayed to make sure I was okay. Now what feels remarkable isn't that he fled after I was safely awake in the ambulance. It's that he stayed that long to begin with. Calvin holds out his hand. Apology accepted. I take it, and grow a little breathless knowing that he plays his guitar with the fingers he currently has wrapped around mine. A hot pulse works its way down my spine. Yeah, apology accepted. Releasing me, he stares at the cast for a few seconds. I see you've got no names written on there. I follow his attention down. Names? It's required when you choose a little girl colour, love. You beg your mates to mark it all up. Oh. Something turns over inside me at his playful smile, exposing my vulnerable underbelly. I realize now that a significant fraction of my brain was hoping he wouldn't be so amiable when he saw me, that he would be defensive and sharp, so I'd have a good reason to tuck my crush away. I'm still traumatized by the gore of my friend's sweaty, smelly, graffitied cast in 4th grade. I grin over at him. I'm trying to keep this one pristine. The band begins to reconvene on the stage, and Calvin glances over his shoulder before draining his beer. He stands, and then grins down at me. I'm overcome by his exultant smile.
Well, if you change your mind and want it dirtied up, you know where to find me.
Chapter 5. Luis Genova is a magical human, and I don't say that lightly. When I read reviews of him as Theo in my uncle's show that say he was born for the stage, I feel sorry for whatever uncreative journalist wrote it, because it's not a profound statement. It's akin to declaring that a bird is born to fly. One night, very early after the production launched and received its first standing ovation, the cast and crew went out to celebrate at the Palm. I was, as I am now, not even an official stagehand, and barely worth anyone's notice. And at the time, Luis didn't yet know my relation to Robert. That night, Luis made the rounds of the entire private room, shaking hands and giving thanks. When he was several people away from me, the air shifted, became charged somehow. There were 4 of us minions standing together, snacking, trying to stave off self-consciousness, and we all turned and watched him approach, as if we were being compelled. I explained it to Lulu later, describing it almost like if a UFO had landed and deployed some magical brain magnets. We all had to turn and watch him. None of us could continue babbling about how good the calamari was, or whether we'd have a dark and stormy or a gin and tonic next, when Luis Genova was walking toward us. When he reached for my hand and thanked me for all my hard work, he looked me right in the eye, and my inane brain lost all capacity for language. Blinking, I shook his hand, giving a numb, "Okay," before he moved on to thank the person beside me. Well played, Holland. It's not that he's tall or particularly good-looking or muscular, he's just present. The light prays at the altar of his cheekbones. His hair hits his jaw in a smooth black sheet, and he tucks it behind his ear, revealing eyes that crinkle into that smile. Lord, his smile. His smile, which is right here, not 10 feet from me.
Holland, for the love of God, stop gawking.
I startle, turning at the sound of Brian's voice. Unfortunately, Luis and Robert, who had been having what appeared to be a lovely conversation, and which I would have been happy to witness for a good 10 minutes longer, also turned to see what's happening. Everyone nearby looks at me, their smiles tilting from confused to sympathetic. Poor fangirl, busted for ogling. Story of my life, I guess. My neck heats, and I push through the assembled cast and deeper backstage, apologizing under my breath. Admittedly, I get to see Luis a lot, but never standing still like that, so close, and my opportunities are dwindling. He has created a nation of adoring followers, and in only a month, he's leaving us. I'm not even a Broadway junkie, and I'm heartbroken. No wonder Twitter is flipping out. No wonder Robert is a stress monster about making sure Ramon nails it when he takes over. I find a quiet place to sit in the shadows and watch Luis and Robert walk on stage, hugging briefly before Robert waves Lisa up from the pit. She joins them, lifting her violin to her chin and following Robert's lead before she begins playing. Again and again they practice, blending their 2 voices. Luis has only a handful of performances remaining, but I can see he wants to make them impactful. His final show will be a star-studded event and covered by press that's already profiled the show 100 times. Unfortunately, even to my ear, it's clear that Lisa is no match for Luis in sound or presence, and I have no idea what's going to come next. Seth is already gone. Luis is leaving soon. Ramon Martin is coming in with a blockbuster voice, and Lisa's hand is too soft to accompany him. For the first time, I'm truly worried about my uncle. Robert finds me in his office later, absently punching holes in a blank sheet of paper. He looks a little dangerous. His dark eyes are bloodshot. His normally smiling mouth is a grim, pale line.
Are you making a mess in here?
He asks. He takes his glasses off, folding them carefully on the desk. Sheepishly, I sweep the small pile of punched-out circles into the recycling bin. I can't believe anyone uses a single hole punch anymore.
No one does.
He sits in the chair opposite me and bends, putting his head in his hands. You okay, Bobbert? He says pretty much what I expect.
I don't know how I'm going to pair Ramon. He'll drown Lisa.
Robert's pianist, a man named Luther, is pretty wonderful. Can Luther carry the solos?
On piano.
I shrug. Just spitballing here. He appears to consider it, and then shakes his head.
The songs don't lend themselves to keys. The strings have a richness, a vibrancy that the piano can't mimic. It needs to stir something inside you. Luther is amazing, but we need a musician who demands your attention, who makes you feel.
The idea seems to heat my blood, and I straighten. Wait. Robert looks up, confused. I hold up my hand. An idea is forming in my brain. His expression clears in understanding.
No, Buttercup.
He's exactly what you're describing, I insist. You've never heard him, but trust me, he is.
He plays guitar. Honey, I know you're enamored, but...
It's not that, I swear. And he's not just some busker hanging out in the street. He's gifted, Robert. Listening to him play is like watching Luis on stage. I feel the notes. I know I'm not. I search for words, flushing. Trying to tell Robert how to do his job is dangerous. He may be my uncle, but he's been a brilliant musician for much longer. I'm not a trained musician like you are, I say carefully, but I feel like classical guitar might work here. It's gentle and soft, yes, but has the passion and the vibrancy you mention? It has that. If we're changing the sound entirely by bringing in Ramon, why not change it in this way too? Have a guitar sing with Ramon instead of a violin. Robert stares at me, speechless. Just come with me once. I grow dizzy from the awareness that I might be convincing him. Once. That's all it will take. I know it. There's something almost comical about seeing the impeccable Robert O'Kai walk into a subway station the following Monday. As he descends into the shadows of the stairs, it occurs to me that since I've lived in New York, I've never ridden with him in anything other than a town car or a cab. He grew up in the dusty streets of Western Africa, playing in the world's most battered violin and wearing nothing but a pair of shorts and sandals. But it's impossible to imagine him in any other state than he is today, wrapped in a long wool coat, blue cashmere scarf, black tailored pants, and polished shoes. It's safe to say I look slightly less polished in my purple cast and fuzzy pink cardigan. But he isn't snobby. He dives right into the crowd. He isn't squeamish about the grime on the handrail or the puddle of filthy water at the bottom of the first flight of stairs. It's more that Robert gives off the sense that his humble beginnings could never deny who he was meant to become, an exceptionally talented maestro. As for me, my heart is hammering wildly beneath my breastbone, and I have both fists wrapped around the strap of my bag to keep them from trembling. Not only is Robert coming with me to listen to Calvin play, but it will be obvious to Calvin that I've brought someone here specifically to watch him play, thereby making it apparent that I have watched him in the past, maybe many times in the past, and thought about how someone else should join me. Also, I really don't want to be wrong about this. Robert's esteem means everything to me. If he doesn't agree about Calvin's talent, I know deep down it will tarnish something within me about Calvin in particular, and my own creative compass in general. But my nerves may be wasted. Other than the screech of the train or the occasional burst of an announcement audible on the stairs, the station is mostly silent. In the past several months, Calvin has been here every Monday night. Has he abruptly changed his routine in 1 week? My stomach drops. Sometime, weeks ago, it stopped occurring to me that Calvin might eventually move on from the busking gig. It's one of those unintentionally selfish assumptions I'm always shocked to find myself making. I just imagined he would be here forever, or at least until I stopped wanting to see him every day. The prospect of never seeing him again sends a cold shiver of panic down my arms. But as we turn the corner to go down the last flight, the iconic, seductive opening notes of El Parampampero drift up, and Robert pauses, his foot caught midair. As always, the song begins slowly, flirtatiously, and Robert's pace picks up. Calvin's feet come into view, then legs, hips, and guitar, then torso and chest, and neck and head. And the rhythm increases, the music taking off in an addicting swirl. Calvin alternately strums his guitar and gently slaps it like a drum. I watch Robert as he listens. In any audience, Robert is a fascinating mix of wildly effusive praise and stern critique, and the only sign I have that he's mesmerized, for he's looking down at the floor, as if working out some complicated mental logic problem, is the tiny tap of his index finger in time with the music. Moving my eyes up just the smallest bit, I catch the quickened rise and fall of his breath in his chest. For my part, I can barely breathe. We're here, watching Calvin together, and the enormity of the proposition, consider him for your production, and the fact that he is indeed considering him, hit me in a dizzy haze. Desperate to contribute something, my emotional brain immediately sprints to shelter. I could be saving Robert. My logical brain holds up a hand. Don't get ahead of yourself, Holland. Calvin's eyes are closed, his head bent chin to chest. I watch him sway, lost to the music he's making. Would his posture change if he had any awareness that the composer of It Possessed Him was standing only 4 feet away? Calvin usually takes a small break between pieces, tuning his guitar under the apparent impression that he's in a bubble. With a final flourish of fingers over strings, he stops, pauses, and then inhales, wearing an expression of bliss as he looks up. But he's never in a bubble, and we're standing right there. His breath catches, and his eyes widen. He's not looking at me. He knows exactly who Robert is. Chapter 6. Calvin sits up, jerking his guitar to stand on one thigh. Mr. O'Kay. He swallows. I didn't realize you were standing there. My niece tells me your name is Calvin. Calvin looks between the two of us, working this out. Robert, with his smooth dark skin and meticulously short hair. Me, pale and freckled with a chaotic, weedy bun on top of my head. Robert reaches out a hand, and Calvin immediately takes it, standing. Yes, Calvin McLoughlin. This makes my uncle laugh, and the boom of it eases the line of Calvin's shoulders. That's a pretty Irish name for someone with such a good tan. My mom is Greek, he explains, and then looks back and forth between me and Robert again, as if asking a question of his own. Robert tilts his head to me, releasing Calvin's hand and saying in turn, I married her uncle. Calvin smiles quietly, saying, Ah. I sense Robert straighten beside me, and Calvin mimics the posture. My heart turns into a snare drum. It is time to get down to it. I am the musical director down at the Levin Gladstone. Calvin interrupts. I know. I've seen It Possessed Him 7 times. 7? It's the first time I've spoken, and Calvin turns to me. He lifts his chin in a nod. I think you sold me a t-shirt. I think you sold me a t-shirt. I pull my surprised mouth closed to speak. You didn't think to mention this before? On Wednesday night? You saw each other Wednesday? Robert asks. We both ignore him. I didn't put it together until now, Calvin says, in that easy way of his. I knew I'd seen you before. I just figured it was at the station. Robert redirects us. So you know the production then? Calvin pales. Of course I do. And if you've seen it 7 times, Robert continues, I'm inclined to think you've heard that Luis Genova is leaving, soon to be replaced by Ramon Martin. I have. Calvin scratches his jaw. And I've also heard that Seth Astorio hasn't played in 4 days. How's the search going? Robert pulls back, studying him. It sounds like you're skeptical I can replace him. Of course I think you can replace him. He laughs. Seth doesn't. You know Seth? Robert asks slowly.
We study together. My uncle pauses, and I watch as his eyes narrow. Seth attended Juilliard.
Calvin lifts his chin with a cocky smile.
Aye, he did in fact.
I move past Calvin and sit heavily down in his stool.
Juilliard? Holy shit. Calvin attended Juilliard?
Robert doesn't beat around the bush any longer.
Would you like to come down to play for us tomorrow?
A hysterical urge inside me wants to pipe up that Calvin is busy on Tuesdays. At least he must be, because he doesn't ever do his regular gig of Juilliard man playing for change at 50th Street Station then. I press my palm against my mouth to hold the words in.
To play for you?
Calvin repeats, awestruck.
Ah, go on. I'm serious,
Robert says with a tiny grin.
I'll see you tomorrow at noon.
I'm still awake at 4 a.m, sitting on my couch, leg jiggling. Nothing helped me sleep. Not chamomile, not whiskey, not my favorite pink vibrator, not PBS. I stand, absently shoving the vibrator beneath a couch cushion, turning off the television, and taking my array of glassware one-handed to the kitchen sink. If I'm nervous like this, then Calvin must be losing his mind. Unless he thinks he's only playing for the orchestra, which would be no big deal for someone from Juilliard. Of course, Calvin would have no idea who else is coming in today. At noon, he will play not only for Robert O'Kye, former conductor of the Des Moines Symphony and current musical director at the Levin Gladstone Theatre, but for two renowned Broadway producer brothers, Don and Richard Law, and the production director, Michael Asteroff, all of whom had planned to come meet with Robert anyway. Because Calvin will play in the pit, Robert won't be able to keep his audition a secret. Brian and whoever has come early from the orchestra will also be there, in the shadows, listening. At dinner last night, Robert and I strategized. I wanted Robert to simply offer Calvin the role if he performs as well as we expect him to. Robert is the composer. He's the musical director. Can't he pull rank? But Robert disagreed.
Theatre politics are delicate.
He would bring in Calvin without giving the others much information about him. A young guitarist, he would say. Someone Holland had heard play, and who transfixed him as well. He would tell Michael that he wanted to brainstorm ways to incorporate the juxtaposition of Calvin's polish and scrape. He would see how Calvin performed in front of such an intimidating audience. And then he would wait for it to be someone else's idea that Calvin take over Seth's solos.
Not mine,
he said and looked at me.
Not yours. Trust me on this, Buttercup. It has to be Michael's idea.
But no matter what we say to anyone else, Robert, Jeff, and I know that the idea was mine. I'm nearly desperate for it. The craving is so powerful, I'm buzzy. If Michael agrees we can bring a guitarist in to take over the part Seth once played, I will have contributed something irreplaceable to this production. I'll no longer be on the sidelines, useless. I will have silently earned my place. Robert meets me outside the theatre at 11:45. Calvin is coming at noon. My uncle catches my eye and grins before we turn, heading in the side door. It isn't crowded backstage, but it's not dead either. Most of the cast starts showing up around 3 for makeup and lighting, but the principals and the orchestra often come in earlier on Tuesdays, after a day off, to have lunch together, tune their instruments at a leisurely pace, meet with Robert. At first, everyone is joking with one another. No one else feels the weight of this. It's not uncommon for Robert to bring in musicians to audition when one or another of our orchestra leaves. However, there aren't currently any guitarists in the ensemble. When word circulates that a guitarist is coming in to play, interest spikes. Seth is gone, Luis is leaving, and now we're auditioning a guitarist? I see people bending over their phones, texting. Soon the theatre is full of cast, crew, and orchestra. Brian is in a quiet tizzy, asking everyone within earshot who invited this new musician. What's happening? Why didn't anyone update him sooner? Robert doesn't get nervous, at least not about things outside his control, like this. He was smart not to overpromise, and now he stands near the head of the pit, talking to Michael, both men feigning obliviousness while energy buzzes around them. The doors to the lobby open at 12 sharp, and Calvin walks in, his guitar case in his left hand, right hand tucked easily in the pocket of his jeans. A hush falls over the group, and it seems an eternity passes while we all watch him walk from the top of the aisle down to the pit. Robert doesn't bother introducing him to everyone. Calvin is here for him, Michael, Dawn, and Richard. Anyone else is a bystander, and it's up to them to listen in if they choose. From where I sit at the edge of the curtain, I can only barely make out Calvin's face. Even so, I can tell he feels the weight of eyes on him. He's a little hunched, smiling and nodding a lot. He pulls out his chapstick twice. I want to know how he got here, to this moment. How does one go from Ireland to Juilliard to busking and cover bands? People camp out in front of the theatre for single tickets to Possessed. They pay insane prices on resale sites. How connected is he that he managed it 7 times? He shakes hands with Michael and Robert before turning to greet the quieter, more observant Dawn and Richard, and then is invited to sit down in a folding chair that has been placed right up front. Calvin sits and then pulls his guitar out, quietly tuning the instrument. His smile is easy and infectious. Inside my chest, my heart jackhammers. Looking up at Robert, he asks, "What would you like to hear?" Robert pretends to think. I don't know what he's going to say right now, but I know him well enough to bet my life that he has an entire playlist already strategized. Malagueña. Smart. It's bright and catchy, reminiscent of the energetic opening number of Possessed, without being too on the nose. It also perfectly showcases Calvin's training, because it's a piece that requires precision, speed, and several changes in tempo. With a little nod, Calvin bends, eyes closed, and strums the first brilliant note. I feel the collective intake of breath, the way bodies behind me in the shadows shift forward now to see, not only hear. I see the way Michael's eyebrows seem pinned high on his forehead, the way sullen Richard has released his arms from their omnipresent cross and tucked his hands more easily in his pockets, rocking back on his heels. I see Calvin impress the entire fucking theater and clap a hand over my mouth. Is it weird that in this second, I see my street musician, Jack, up there and want to scream? Is it weird that I sense how much this means to him, even if I don't know anything else about him in the world? I want to dance across the stage. I am so proud. In all, Calvin plays 3.5 pieces for Robert and the other show executives. The half comes into play when, mid-Blackbird, Michael stands and claps twice, saying, "I think we've heard enough." No one responds as if this is at all abrupt, not even Calvin. I'm sure nearly everyone here was amazed he got to play as much as he did. Calvin stands, gathering his guitar in case, shaking hands again, and leaving without a look back. "Let's head upstairs to the room," Michael says, referring to the small boardroom-type space we have on the 2nd floor, with a large round table and a random assortment of enormous and tiny chairs, some of which are so high they're nearly thrones, and some of which are so low the people seated in them invariably feel like they need booster seats. Robert turns, leading Dawn and Richard backstage. Brian follows. Michael greets a few cast members and then rounds out the back of the group, but pauses when he gets near me. "You coming?" he asks. I glance back over my shoulder on instinct. "You." He leans in, blue eyes twinkling. "Holland." He knows my name? "I can if you need photos." "Robert says you brought him to see Calvin play. I'd like to hear why you thought to mention him." He gestures for me to follow, and my blood vibrates right up against my skin. I take a seat on the far end of the table on one of the thrones. I was actually hoping for one of the kid chairs. Would have felt more at home there in this crowd. But instead, I sat before really thinking. And Brian, who clearly wanted to be seated between Robert and Richard, ended up with the shortest of straws and looks like a scowling toddler across the table from me. "Holland!" he whisper yells, looking around incredulously and then back to me. "Why on earth are you in here?" "I invited her," Michael says breezily, waving away any concern. "So, Holland, let's hear it. Who is this guy?" Well..." My voice wavers a little, and I sense Brian vibrating with irritation across the table. He plays a few mornings a week at the 50th Street station.
He's a subway musician?
Brian cuts in.
Brian.
Robert cautions, his voice low.
Just let her explain.
I saw him one morning when I was headed to a doctor's appointment uptown, I say. And even though I don't need to commute because I only live a few blocks. Robert clears his throat. An unspoken, get to the point, Holland. So, I say, cheeks heating. I listen to him all the time. Everyone at the station watches him while they wait. He's so good, and I told Robert about him, and, I press my hand to my forehead. I feel overheated under the pressure of their eyes on me. I wanted Robert to hear him. Turns out he's Juilliard trained. I see Robert nod in my peripheral vision, encouraging. He's amazing. Anyone can see that.
He is amazing,
Dawn says. And I'm glad we were here for it. It's always good to keep an eye out for talent, for whatever comes next. Inside, I deflate, because they don't seem to have clued in to the unspoken suggestion that we bring Calvin into Possessed. But I nod to Dawn, as if my agreement carries any weight. I don't meet Robert's eyes. I don't want to see my disappointment mirrored there. Now that my bit has come and gone, the attention is turned away from me and back toward Robert and Brian. Robert tells Dawn about the circumstances of Seth's departure, and Brian confirms the spectacle of it. Brian updates the Law brothers on the new set pieces that have been constructed to replace two that cracked in rehearsal a month ago. But through all of it, Michael is staring at the table, tracing his finger around a swirl in the wood over and over. Questions are thrown out and answered, and I try to shrink as low as I can on my seat. I'm a lowly t-shirt seller, the unnecessary archivist. I'm not needed here. But because I chose a seat in the back of the room, it would be more disruptive to stand and leave than it would be to just sit here on my raised platform, listening in. Besides, no one seems all that concerned or aware of my continued presence. Except Brian, who thinks it's a great time to text me.
I don't need to remind you that you should not repeat any of their conversation outside of this room.
Honestly, his grammar. I type a quick reply. Of course, before putting my phone face down on the table. Do you think... Michael begins during a lull in the conversation, and then laughs, shaking his head. I think Holland might have had a smart instinct bringing him here today. He holds up his hands, and my breathing halts.
Hear me out. Listening to you speak about Seth leaving, and given my concerns, which I know you share, Bob, about Lisa as a replacement.
There is thunder in my chest. I look up and briefly catch Robert's eye.
I think we should consider the guitarist to accompany Ramon in Possessed solo sections.
Michael continues.
I'll be the first to admit it feels like a big departure, and of course I defer to you here, Bob, but it feels like it might be the perfect change.
I bite my lips to keep them from bowing upward and blink down at the table. At the other end of the room, Robert hums thoughtfully.
It's certainly an interesting idea.
I do like him, Dawn agrees. I'm not the musical strategist here, but do you think the soundtrack could lend itself to a more rustic feel?
It would be unexpected,
Michael says, grinning. Richard nods, smiling.
I think it's a wild, wonderful suggestion. The music is sexy. That kid was blindingly sexy.
Every head turns to Robert.
Bob,
Michael says, leaning forward.
Does this ruin your vision? Would you consider it?
A tiny grin, so brief, I'm sure no one else would name it anything other than a wince, jumps across Robert's face. And then he reaches up, rubbing his hand over his mouth.
Guitar,
he says as if mulling it over.
A guitar.
Robert looks at Michael, but his smile is only for me.
Holland does have good instincts. I think Calvin and Ramon could be brilliant.
Dawn raps the table with his knuckles.
Let's give him a quick call.
At this, I stand to leave, but Robert gestures for me to sit back down. I can't tell whether he agrees that my leaving would be disruptive, or he wants me to be able to enjoy this moment. But it's clearly only awkward for me at this point. I don't even have a notebook to pretend like I'm here writing down meeting minutes. Robert reads out Calvin's cell phone number, and Michael types it into the phone sitting in the middle of the table. It rings twice, and my heart is absolutely lodged in my throat. His voice comes through, scratchy and deep, as if he's been sleeping. Hello? Calvin, hi. Michael Asteroff. I'm here with Robert O'Kai and the Law Brothers. Oh, hi. There's some shuffling in the background, and although he left here only an hour ago, my pervy brain imagines him shirtless, sitting up in bed, the sheets falling to his hips. Hopefully he's alone. Great work today, Michael says. Truly superb. Calvin pauses, and when he speaks, his voice shakes. Thank you, sir. Look, Michael begins. We're wondering what your schedule looks like for the next several months. My schedule? More specifically, we're wondering whether we could interest you in a place in the orchestra here, with It Possessed Him. The question is met with blistering silence. Robert leans in toward the speakerphone. We'd like you to take over Seth's parts. Honestly? Everyone but me laughs at this. Yeah, Michael grins. Honestly. I'm flattered. A pause. I'm dying to say yes. So say yes, Richard sings. On the other end of the line, Calvin growls. It's just that, And in this instant, I know why he's hesitating. Because it's got to be the same reason he didn't want to get too involved with the police the night of my accident. I'm not exactly here legally, you see. The table falls silent. Michael and Robert look at each other, and Robert blows out a slow breath. I was here on a student visa and, it expired, yeah? I couldn't find it in me to leave. This here, what you're offering, it's my dream. How long ago did it expire? Michael asks, nodding at Robert like this might work. Can we work on an extension using this as an internship? Calvin pauses again, and I think I hear a dry laugh through the line. It'd be 4 years now. Robert groans, leaning back in his chair. It's not uncommon for foreigners to join the cast. It happens all the time. And artist visas are a dime a dozen in New York. But Jeff's best friend from grade school works in immigration, and I know from overhearing Jeff and Robert discuss other artists in the past that getting leniency for people who've been here for 6 months illegally is hard. So 4 years? When no one replies, another laugh. This one, decidedly sad, comes through the line. But I sure do appreciate the offer. Chapter 7. Michael hits the disconnect button and leans back, pressing the heels of his hands to his eyes. Well, that's all right. We didn't even know about him until this morning. We should continue with violin auditions immediately. The words are met with silence, and the Law brothers exchange a dubious look. I can tell that Robert and I aren't the only ones who are already invested in Calvin. There's got to be a way around this, Dawn says. Some string to be pulled. 4 years is a long time. Robert's voice is quiet, and he meets my eyes, grimacing. I'm not sure even with the connections we have that we can work around that. Jesus Christ! Brian bursts from his tiny chair, dropping his fists onto the table. The answer is obvious, isn't it? Just have Holland marry the guy. They've been dating for months in her head anyway. 2 birds, 1 stone. I let out a garbled sound of shock and immediately feel the way everyone turns to look at me. Everyone except Robert, who slowly lowers his glasses down his nose, fixing a dark gaze on my boss. Brian, if you're not going to be helpful, please feel free to step out. Brian leans back in his seat, grinning snidely at me before looking to Robert. If this is as dire as you say, he sweeps his hands dramatically, you were unable to find a suitable musician in all of New York City, then let us consider how every department can step up to help you hire your subway busker. I think we should hear what Holland thinks about the idea. Robert doesn't give me a chance to reply. Not that I'd have the faintest idea what to say.
Your tone is quickly passing insulting and moving into shocking territory.
The room has gone still, each set of eyes following the conversation as if it is a tennis match.
I am not only the composer and musical director of this production, but I am also Holland's uncle. I'll suggest you tread carefully here.
Brian is an angry, splotchy red. Robert's lips have practically disappeared, they are so tight. Meanwhile, my head is spinning. I am far from Brian's favorite person, but does he really think that's a viable solution here?
It was just a suggestion,
he says, scrambling to triage the situation.
Everyone here knows you're the out-of-the-box thinker, Robert. I was trying to come up with an out-of-the-box solution.
Michael speaks up.
It's a bit more than out-of-the-box, Brian. It's also illegal.
If possible, the color of Brian's face deepens and he swings his gaze in my direction. Brian is petty and at times completely unreasonable, but he hasn't always been wrong in his criticism of me. I don't belong here. Someone more deserving and qualified should have this job. My stomach turns over, sour. Done with the conversation, Robert slips his glasses back on and looks at the others around the table.
Brian, you can head downstairs. The rest of us need to get back to finding a realistic solution. We're running out of time.
Seriously, what the fuck, Brian? I throw a frozen dinner in my microwave and pace the 10-foot length of my living room, back and forth. What an asshole, I growl. The microwave dings, but I ignore it, instead going to the fridge to grab a beer. I snap the top open and drink half of it before slamming the can down on the counter. For the life of me, I can't get this afternoon out of my head. I'd excused myself from the meeting once they finally broke for coffee, leaving them to go over the list of possible replacements on their own. Even without eavesdropping in the hallway, I knew they were all lukewarm on the alternatives, no matter how talented they may be. Seth is a douchebag, but his charisma is undisputed, and he and Louise seem to move in perfect unison when they perform together. We need someone like that for Ramon Martin, whose voice is like rich honey, and given the fluency of his playing, I know that person is Calvin. I pick up the beer again, finishing it and crumpling the can in my left hand. Returning to the fridge, I grab another, making a mental list of the present circumstances. 1. Ramon starts rehearsing in 2 weeks. 2. Lisa isn't even pushing to claim the lead violinist chair. In fact, she offered some names to Robert. 3. Robert brought Calvin in after listening to him play at the station for a mere 3 minutes. My uncle has a musical ear that goes beyond anything I've ever witnessed, and I spent a good part of my childhood in the symphony hall watching him. 4. Without a doubt, we need Calvin. How could Brian think I would do something like this? I close my eyes, wondering at the ball of heat in my chest. Would I? Sleep doesn't come easily. By midnight, I'm back to pacing the apartment. By 1, I'm on my phone, frantically researching visa requirements and examples of immigration leniency. There aren't many. By 2, my battery is almost dead. I decide I'm worrying over something completely beyond my control and spend the next hour going through my clothes and getting rid of things I haven't worn in years. By 3:30, I'm on my bedroom floor, tethered to my phone again, which is itself tethered to the outlet. Scouring theater gossip sites, I look for productions that have lost 2 major leads at once, hoping I'll identify a slew of shows that came back bigger and better than ever. Spoiler alert, I don't. By the time the sun starts to brighten the sky, and after 0 hours of sleep, I feel a little crazy, but Brian's suggestion feels less so. Empty hangers swing on the rod overhead as I stare at my closet ceiling. Exhausted and apparently beyond rational thought, I decide to make another list, this time of the pros and cons of marrying Calvin. This activity could probably be taken more seriously if I weren't also wearing an old bridesmaid's dress and a pair of knockoff Valentino flip-flops from Chinatown last summer. Pro. He's gorgeous. I sit up, searching a discarded handbag for something to write on. Let's start with that. The back of an envelope works, and I add the first item to the pro column. Con. I don't know him. Con. This idea is varying shades of illegal. Oof. That's a big one. I swiftly move back to the pros. Pro. Robert really wants Calvin, even if he'd never admit it. Pro. I adore Robert more than life itself. Pro. Calvin was made for this role. I know it. Pro. Robert has done more for me than any single person. This could be my chance to repay him. When will I ever have this opportunity again? Pro. I can't figure out another way to make this work. There's something else inside me, urging me forward. Why on earth does it feel like I nearly want to leap without looking? I look over the list, knowing what's missing. Even in my head, my voice is a shameful whisper. Pro. I sort of really want to do it. Con. But would I feel pathetic? Having had a crush on him all this time? I shouldn't rely on my own infatuated brain here. I need to bring in reinforcements. I can't call Robert, and I definitely can't call Jeff. He'd skin me alive for even suggesting it. I won't even bother to call Lulu, because she already wants me to pole dance down at Private Eyes so that I can give her stories to help her empathize and relate in various auditions. Without even asking, I know I can put her in the fuck yeah, marry him column. So I do what I always do in this situation. When I can't talk to Robert, I call my brother. Older than me by 19 months, Davis is a bank teller in Milwaukee by day and a rugby fanatic by all other hours. Where Robert and Jeff are refinement and culture, Davis is mud and beer and cheese sticks. It would never occur to him to grow a beard to be trendy. He grew one in college, years before the hipsters did, purely because he was lazy. I gave him the courtesy of waiting a couple of hours, so I'm nearly frantic by the time I get him on the line at 8. Did I wake you up? Halls, most of us don't start work at 3 in the afternoon. Okay, good. I begin pacing my tiny kitchen. I need your solid advice. Robert brought the busker in yesterday to play. Jack? Davis asks, and then snaps a bite of something crunchy. I'm assuming less apple slices for breakfast and more Cheeto. His name is Calvin. Who is Calvin? The busker. A different busker than Jack? Oh my God, Davis. What? I close my eyes, leaning my head back on my couch. Something is lumpy beneath me, and I reach down, finding my vibrator. Nice. Perfect moment to feel the full power of my singlehood. I shove it under the other couch cushion. Jack is Calvin, I explain. I never knew his name, remember? It turns out it's Calvin. Oh, got it. A bag crinkles on the other end of the line. So where did Robert want him to play? I groan. At the theater, just listen, okay? I'm getting to all that. Davis has this way of distractedly carrying on conversations while he watches TV or plays on his phone that makes me want to spend my precious money to fly to Milwaukee and just slap him. So Calvin is the busker. We've learned that he's Irish. He went to Juilliard. I wait. No response to this from Davis, so I continue. Robert brought him in yesterday to play, and he's amazing. Everyone wanted him to join the orchestra. He mumbles, okay, and then laughs at something on the television. I really need his full brain on this. Despite claiming to be a rugby brute, Davis is sharp as a blade, so I retaliate with force, using the nickname he despises. Dave! Oh, gross, Holland. Turn off The Bachelor. Listen to me. I'm watching last night's John Oliver. But can you listen? Nasty Brian suggested I marry Calvin so he could join the show when Ramon Martin comes on. The sound of the television disappears in the background, and Davis's voice returns, stronger. He what? Calvin isn't here legally, I explain, and because it's going to be really hard to get him a visa, Brian blurted out in a meeting that I could marry him, just for the run of the show. You cannot. Davis, I say quietly. Just let me try to explain all sides, okay? I wonder whether this is a huge mistake. Davis is my buddy, and in all ways a laid-back bro, but inside that round torso is a heart that beats wildly for his family, with a type of loyalty that seems rare these days. How can I admit that I don't hate the prospect of marrying Calvin, even a fraction as much as I should. I feel like I'm defending the idea of marrying a stranger for absolutely zero benefit to myself. At least in Green Card, Andy McDowell got the fucking greenhouse. Robert said no, I assure him. He wouldn't even entertain the idea. Good. Davis cuts in, sharp. But I made a list, Davis, of the pros and cons. Well, I mean, absolutely, let's consider it if you have a list. Will you shut up? I know it's crazy, I do. But you haven't heard Calvin play, and it's unlike anything I've ever heard. I'm not even musical, and I'm obsessed. He would be so good for the production. Holland, are you really considering this? You like him that much? Ugh. I'm attracted to him, I admit. But it's not like I know him. This isn't about that. What is it then? It's not like you're all that invested in Possessed. I always had the impression it was just a job for you. I hesitate. I want to do it for Robert. It feels like a chance for me to give back a little. Give back? Davis repeats. You work there. You don't owe them your virginity. This makes me laugh. Right, unless they have a time turner and can go back to 2008 and Eric Mordito's basement. I think that ship has sailed. It takes him a few seconds to compute and then... Gross, Halls. Mordito? Eric and I shared a pottery wheel my sophomore year. It's possible you're missing the point, I say. The only reason I have a job is because of Robert. The show could fail without a new star. Robert's invested so much, he could ruin his reputation if this tanks. I can't let that happen. After a few moments of silence, Davis asks, Are you asking my blessing or my advice? I close my eyes, tilting my face to the ceiling. Both? Look, Halsey, he says, gentler now. I get it. I know you and Robert are super close, and I know you feel guilty sometimes about working there and living in the apartment. But this seems extreme to me. Really extreme. It's not until he said those words that I understand what really draws me to this. It's unlike anything I would ever do. I am shit at taking risks. I'm bored to hell with my life already, and I'm only 25. Maybe the reason I can't write about fictional life is because I haven't actually lived. I think that's why it's appealing. It feels like a crazy thing to do, and I need a little more crazy. Well, this is it, he says, laughing. My advice, of course, is don't do it. Davis pauses. But I feel like you've already decided, haven't you? I can't even say it aloud. Am I insane? My older brother exhales slowly across the line. Just make sure you're safe, okay? Check him out and get an attack dog or something before you go bull in a china shop your life, woman. And don't worry, I won't tell Mom and Dad. Chapter 8. No one in the history of the New York City transit system has ever taken so long to descend a set of stairs. At least that's the way it feels as I take them one by one, shoved side to side by the commuters rushing to get around me. As you might have guessed, I'm stalling. Have the ceilings always been this particular shade of gray? I didn't know they were replacing the light bulbs in this station. How have I never noticed the texture in this paint? Oh, that's not paint. But then, like some preternatural tease, Calvin's music rises up, beckoning. I reach the bottom landing and see him there, bent over his guitar, lost in the music. Every time I hear it, I become a bottle of carbonated water, lifted and shaken. Inside, everything grows too tight, as if pressurized. The chaos of the late morning commute is a little like being in the middle of a giant ant farm, and people dart between us and on each side, swarms moving in every direction. He hasn't seen me yet, and doesn't look up as he transitions from one musical piece into another. I cross to stand in front of him, blurting the first words that come to mind. Do you want to have lunch? Even down here it sounds like I've shouted. My voice rises above the squealing cacophony of the trains. Calvin looks up, and his notes trail off before he gives the strings a final, dramatic strum. Lovely Holland, how are you? I'm rewarded with a smile that sprouts from one corner and grows across his full mouth. Sorry, what did you say? I swallow, wishing I could reach up and wipe my gloved hand across my forehead. I'm sure I'm sweating. I asked, do you want to have lunch? I repeat, wondering a little if he's messing with me. He hesitates, and his eyes dart around us before landing back on my face. Lunch? Someone, quick, pass me a remote control. I'm going to slam my hand on the rewind button. But instead, I nod. Lunch, with me, food, middle of the day? Oh, Holland. I imagine a horrified Lulu beside me. Her artfully thick brows rise. Her brown eyes roll. Imaginary Lulu drawls in that drawn-out way she has. Jesus Christ, Holland. An imaginary me turns to her, growling. You agreed with me about this, asshole. Calvin's laugh is this sweet but tentative thing, like he suspects I know about the visa, but isn't sure what my endgame is. Sure. He blinks up at me. Now, I could eat. By the time we reach the restaurant, even imaginary Lulu has abandoned me. When the hostess asks us the requisite, how many, I react like this is my first adventure out with another person. 2. Yes, 2 of us, me and him. Can we sit far away from everyone? I mean, have a little privacy, or... The hostess goes still with her hand floating just above the stack of menus. I feel the gentle weight of Calvin's hand on my arm, and he clears his throat. We'd like that booth in the corner, please. He drops his voice so only I can hear. The lady requested privacy, did she? My face is on fire as we follow her to the table, sit down wordlessly, and bury our noses in our menus. I take one look at the monstrous list of options and decide on the gnocchi. I'd probably rather have the spanakopita or a salad, but the image of me indelicately collapsing giant hunks of greasy lettuce into my mouth, or worse, getting strips of spinach stuck in my teeth while I'm trying to casually propose to a stranger, makes a hysterical laugh bubble up in my throat. It's then that I'm hit with the full weight of what I'm about to do. If Calvin says yes, I'll have to explain this somehow to my parents and the rest of my siblings. Or hide it indefinitely. Davis tells me every chance he gets that I'm in over my head in New York, that I should move home and do something with my degree, with my life. My parents always admonish him and remind him that I am essentially the baby in the family and haven't quite found my place in the world yet. I don't think marrying a stranger is exactly how they meant for me to find it. The other bit of awareness is that if Calvin says yes, we'll be married. Husband and wife. We'll have to live together. Proximity, nakedness. My fantasies about him expanding into something barely manageable. Calvin scratches his jaw, runs a finger thoughtfully up and down the skin just below his ear. Up and down, up and down. I feel it on my own face, like we are neurologically linked somehow. I've been with my share of guys, of course, but my type has always been more the nerdy, clueless about appearance kind of guy. I've never dated someone in Calvin's stratosphere. Think me, turtleneck sweaters and sensible shoes. Think him, artfully layered shirts and jeans that he's poured into each morning. His casual sexiness is a leaf blower to the brush fire of my nerves. If only I'd been more sensible today. I scoot in my seat, adjusting my skirt. It's this annoying, cheap, slippery fabric, and against the vinyl bench, it keeps sliding up my thighs, exposing my ass. I wore it because this morning I thought it looked cute and eccentric with mustard tights and boots. But Calvin is giving the menu exponentially more consideration than he's giving me. I suspect my efforts were wasted. Spanakopita or chopped salad? He muses. I laugh at how our brains ended up in the same place, but mine then veered into eating neatly territory. Guys just never do that. I'm getting the gnocchi, I say. Finally, he looks up at me and smiles. That looks good too. We put in our orders, make small talk about the weather and tourists, and our favorite part of Possessed, until a meaningful silence falls. And there's nothing else to do but dive right in. I adjust my napkin on my lap. I'm sure you think it's weird that I asked you to lunch. Not weird. He shrugs. Nice. Unexpected. The music was amazing the other day, at the theater. It's almost like something warms from inside him when I say this.
Thanks. I know this sounds trite, but what a bloody honour to be called in, to be offered that gig.
He pauses, dipping his straw in and out of his water distractingly.
I assume you heard why I had to turn it down.
I nod, and for the next 2 breaths, he looks devastated. But then his posture loosens again, and his smile is back. It's sort of why I wanted to see you today, I say. The bite of bread I've eaten settles into an uncomfortable glob in my stomach. So, Calvin. His eyes sparkle.
So, Holland.
Our food arrives and breaks the tension. Calvin bends, stabbing a bite of lettuce and neatly maneuvering it into his mouth. Teeth and chin, spotless. He looks up at me expectantly.
You were saying?
I clear my throat. Robert was so impressed by you. He blushes, chewing and swallowing.
Yeah?
Yeah, they all were. He bites back a smile.
That's lovely to hear.
I'm thinking I might have a solution. He stills.
A solution? Do you have an in with the Border Patrol then?
Ramon Martin is coming on in 2 weeks. I begin and Calvin is nodding, and has a 10-month run. I was thinking that if we... He continues to stare, unmoving. When I don't finish my sentence, his eyebrows slowly rise. I swallow a gulp of air and push the words out in a rush. I was thinking that we could get married. Calvin sits back, surprised. I look at the other tables, a little unsettled. Is he going to find this not just bizarre, but outright immoral? He puts down his fork.
Aye, why not? It's only holy matrimony.
He tilts his head back and laughs delightedly.
Surely you're only joking. Oh, God. Someone flush me out of this room right now.
No, actually.
You, he says quietly, want to marry me? For this?
Not indefinitely, but for a year or so. I mean, until your run is up and then we can do whatever we want. His eyebrows pull low as he works through this.
And Robert's okay with that?
I chew my lip. Calvin's eyes widen.
He doesn't know you're asking me, does he?
Of course he doesn't. I wash down my anxiety with another gulp of water. He'd try to stop me.
Yeah, I imagine he would. I imagine he'd do a lot worse to me.
He shakes his head, still wearing a dumbfounded grin.
I've never met anyone who loved my playing enough to want to put a ring on it.
I scramble to salvage my self-respect here. Robert would never ask, but I know he wants you. I saw his face while you played. I don't know how to say this next part without sounding pathetic, so I just go for it. Robert has been more like a father to me than an uncle. I was raised watching him conduct, watching him compose. Music is everything to him, and the reason I have the life I do is because he takes care of me. I want to do this for him. Calvin finds this either heroic or pathetic. I can't tell from his expression which it is. And I do love your music. I can see what it means to you, too. Calvin bends, taking another bite. The entire time he chews and swallows, he studies me.
And you do this for me?
I mean, I hedge, mortified, unless you're a violent criminal. Wincing, he picks up his water, draining it in a few gulps, and my stomach bottoms out.
I did steal a pack of gum once,
he says at length.
Age 10, though no one was hurt.
I let out a shaky laugh. I think I can overlook that. He nods, licking his lips before touching his napkin there.
You're serious?
The moment seems to be slowing down, warping a little into a surreal bubble. I think so. This makes him smile, and I notice how his eyes move over my entire face.
How would it work, in theory?
My stomach slowly climbs back up from the floor. From what I understand, there are some forms, an interview. The biggest piece of information comes out a little squeaky. You'd stay with me? I mean, on my couch is probably the way we would do it. Not but sleeping. I clear my throat. Arrangements. Calvin considers this, smiling down at the table. Do you have cats? I blink. Cats? I'm allergic. Oh, I frown. This is really where his brain goes first? Mine went straight to bare skin and sex sounds. No cats. That's good. He pushes a few pieces of lettuce around on his plate, scoops up a tomato, and drops it again. A year? I nod. Yeah, unless we don't want to go that long. He sniffs, fidgeting with his knife and spoon, straightening them over and over on the table beside his plate. And when would we do it? Soon. The word rushes out a little louder than I'd have liked, but I push on. We couldn't put it off too long because the hiring paperwork. Definitely before Ramon starts. He nods, chewing his bottom lip. Right. Sooner will be better. My breath catches. Does this mean he's considering it? So we'd be married and I'd get to be in the show? He asks. Just like that? I think so. You'd have your dream and Robert would have his new musician. I'd also have a beautiful wife. What would you have? Other than a famous Broadway musician husband, that is. He thinks I'm beautiful? I hold his gaze from across the table, not blinking, barely breathing. I'd get to help my uncle. I owe him so much. I conveniently leave out the part where I would get to look at Calvin daily, and that would not be a chore at all. Hear him play, be near him. Yes, I wanted him for months before ever speaking to him, but he's so clearly full of joy and passion and a playfulness I never could have predicted. I'm even more attracted to him now that we've spoken. He's witty, so talented, but not arrogant. Way too sexy. Calvin looks down at his salad, and I can tell he's mulling this crazy offer over. Oh my God. He thinks I'm a head case. My stomach turns to concrete. Holland, he says slowly, more somber than his previous impish tone. I appreciate what you're offering. I really do. But I worry that it's a burden that you really shouldn't have to bear. I wasn't trying to butter you up earlier. You really are beautiful. What if you meet someone in the next 12 months and you want to date him? It's hard for me to imagine wanting anyone other than him right now. But maybe he's asking this from his own perspective. Maybe he doesn't want to be stuck in a situation where he can't date and sleep with other women. Yeah, I mean, if you want to date other women in that time, maybe you could be discreet. Shite, no, Holland, that's not what I meant. This is beyond generous. I'm still in shock. That Robert Okai wants me in his show. That I impressed him. But you wanting to make my dream possible. He lets out a long, controlled breath. I'm not sure what else to say. I've laid it all out on the table, and I'm holding my breath in these long, painful spans, just waiting to hear what he says. Finally, he lifts his napkin and wipes his mouth again before setting the cloth neatly at the edge of his placemat. His face explodes in a grin. I'm in, Holland. On one condition. I feel the way my brows disappear into my hair. A condition? Let me take you out. I nod, waiting for him to elaborate. When he doesn't, I look around the restaurant. You mean like a date? Call me old-fashioned, but I like to date a girl before I marry her. Besides, to pull off this mad plan of yours, I reckon we need to look like we're in love. When I nod, he continues. Come out with me tomorrow night, and let's see if we can stand to be near each other. You're not going to want me in your apartment if you can't handle me at a bar. He has a point, but I laugh at his wording. Handle you at a bar? Are you trying to scare me away? Calvin leans in. Not in the slightest. His eyes move to my mouth, and his voice goes low and warm.
Besides, something this big warrants at least a 24-hour think, yeah?
Swallowing, I give him a trembling, absolutely. We're talking about a transactional marriage, but I feel like we've just enjoyed a tumbling round of foreplay. Sitting up, he nods to where my phone is resting on the table, and I slide it over to him. He types in a message, and a moment later, his phone vibrates with a text. There. He slides mine back across the table. I'll send you the details, and we'll see each other tomorrow night. I'm supposed to meet Calvin at Terminal 5 at 8 o'clock. I'm a little better at handling the cast by now, and get dressed on my own, deciding on a pair of loose ripped jeans for easier bathroom excursions, a black sweater, and my favorite boots. It's a long walk, even by New Yorker standards, from the train to the venue on 11th Avenue. I have a cab drop me off as close as the crowds allow, and text Calvin that I'm here. With an arm up in a wave, he steps off the curb in front of the building, his long legs wrapped in dark jeans, a grey jacket over a white t-shirt. His hair is shiny beneath the flickering neon sign, and when he's close enough to take my hand and lead me inside, I smell soap and fabric softener. I give myself precisely 3 seconds to imagine how it would feel to press my face to his neck and huff him.
"This okay?" he asks.
I pull my eyes up to his face and then look around, really taking in our surroundings for the first time. Calvin has managed to get us into a show that, according to the signs outside, is completely sold out. You're showing off, aren't you? His laugh is a bursting, delighted sound.
I'm absolutely showing off.
We check our coats and head to a sweeping balcony that looks out on the stage and the general admission area below. There's an identical level just above, with industrial steel railings, a bar, restrooms, and small clusters of couches scattered around. Are we here to watch? I asked, looking out at the giant disco ball suspended from the center of the massive ceiling. Or are you playing?
I'll be in for one set, yeah. It's a miniature festival. One of the bands I play with was invited.
Calvin pays for our drinks and hands me my glass before leading us to a VIP section, roped off next to the railing.
This time there will be no spandex or dangly earrings. I promise.
I laugh and peek out over the railing. The floor is starting to fill. Those lucky enough to get in are already crowding their way to the front near the stage. You guys weren't bad, despite all the crotch-strangling lycra. How many bands do you play with?
It changes, he says. But 4 at the moment. Funny enough, the crotch stranglers do pretty well for themselves. I was only brought in a few weeks ago when their original guitarist threw his back out doing a fancy high kick.
He takes a sip of his drink, and the limes jostle against the ice cubes.
The pay is good, so I didn't ask too many questions.
Do you have a favorite?
I just want to play music.
He looks down at me and his eyes are so wide and earnest.
It's all I've ever wanted.
The way he says this plucks at a tender spot in my chest, the part that sees my laptop rusting away under a pile of takeout menus and junk mail. My degree sits useless in the proverbial box under my bed. Music is Calvin's passion, and he's found a way to do it, no matter what. I've always been obsessed with words, so why can't I seem to write a single one?
So what exactly do you do at the theatre?
He gently bumps my shoulder with his.
Besides sell t-shirts and scout talent, that is.
I set my drink down, right next to where someone has written the words PLUR, purity, love, unity, respect, on the metal table between us. I'm basically peon number 3. I take pictures backstage and work front of the house. He tilts his glass to his lips, smiling over the rim. Very cool. I wonder how big a lie that is for him to tell. Calvin, with so much talent and passion that he stayed here illegally hoping to get a job, telling me, a 25-year-old selling t-shirts, that my job is very cool. It almost makes me feel more ashamed. It isn't what I want to do forever, I say quietly. It's just what I'm doing for now. He opens his mouth to say something just as the house lights go out and the stage lights come to life. The first act is an EDM group. 3 DJs stand on stage, each behind a laptop and various mixers. heads bowed and obscured by giant headphones. The floor erupts at the first beat, and even though I'm not too familiar with this genre, I totally get it. There's a high that comes from live shows, a collective energy in a large group of people, all gathered for one reason. The beat slices through the melodies and then drops. The crowd bounces and undulates like ripples in water. I look over to see Calvin with his eyes closed, body moving to the beat, lost in the notes along with everyone else. I close my own eyes and let myself dance. The bass is so loud, it feels like a monster heartbeat pounding through me. By the time the last song ends and the lights go up again, I'm flushed. "They're so good," I say, finishing my drink. "I would never have pegged you as an EDM guy." "The thing about this music is that if you just stand here and listen, you'll never appreciate it. You're supposed to be part of it, part of the party. I think that's why I like it so much." He does a quick check of his watch. "Listen, it's almost time for our set. Will you be okay here?" "Absolutely. We're playing 3 songs, so if you want to come down during the last one, I can meet you backstage." I nod and smile up at him. Am I really here? On a date with Calvin? I'm momentarily lightheaded. We're negotiating getting married. He wraps a hand around my upper arm and gently squeezes. "You're sure you're okay?" "Yeah." I pull a few strands of hair out of my face and notice when he glances at my lips. This is just sort of surreal. "I know." He pauses, seeming to be on the verge of saying something more about this, but in the end just tells me, "I'll give them your name and see you in a few." "Good luck." At this, he gives me a grin and leans in, pressing a kiss to my cheek that nearly annihilates me, before heading down the stairs. Calvin's band is on about 20 minutes later, and when he looks up while tuning his guitar to offer me a little wave, my knees grow rubbery. He was right about the distinct lack of animal print. There are 4 guys in total, all of them in varying degrees of distressed skinny jeans and vintage band t-shirts, all of them hot. Calvin is playing a guitar I've never seen him use before. It looks acoustic but plugs into an enormous amp near his feet. Within the first notes of the opening number, I can already tell these guys are good. The singer is a gritty baritone, but impressive on the higher notes too. The songs are short and range from indie rock to a bit heavier, and each one showcases Calvin's incredible fluidity on his guitar. Unlike in the station, Calvin is playing to the audience here. He grins wickedly, lifts his chin greeting to the screaming women up front, and steps into the spotlight during his solos. It's such a starkly different version of him, and still so obscenely sexy, that I can barely drag my eyes away. And I'm not the only one. A girl with platinum hair and a nose ring stands next to me at the railing, her gaze locked in on the stage. Is that the new lead guitar? The girl next to her is equally impressed. Jesus Christ, is he going to be at the after party? Because if he is, so am I. At this, I essentially sprint down the stairs and toward the backstage entrance. Holland Bakker? I tell the security guard. I'm supposed to meet Calvin McLoughlin. He looks down at me. Seriously, I think he's 7 feet tall. And then at his list. With a bored sigh, he steps to the side, allowing me to pass. Calvin is just coming off stage and spots me immediately. Having known Robert all my life and worked in the theater for the last few years, I'm familiar with the adrenaline rush that comes with performing. It's a high as good as any drug, and is the only explanation I can find for the way Calvin's eyes light up when he sees me, the way he makes his way straight to where I stand and picks me up in a squeezing, sweaty hug. Could you see all right? How did it sound? He asks, amped. It was amazing. Being this close to him makes me legitimately dizzy. I now know how hard his chest is, how strong his hands are. He sets me down again. Yeah? I don't even need to exaggerate my breathlessness. You were amazing. McLoughlin. Calvin turns to find the lead singer standing right behind him. Devon, hey. Thanks for filling in on such short notice. We would have been screwed without you. No problem. Calvin tucks an arm around my waist and pulls me closer. When my sweater rides up, I feel the rough press of his hand on my skin, making me grow as hyper-aware of each of his fingertips as if he's just brushed them across my nipples. I appreciated being asked. Devon wipes his face on a towel and lays it over his shoulder. Do you think you'd want to make this a permanent thing? Calvin takes a moment to consider before looking down at me. He blinks, and a beat of silence passes between us where I think he's asking, well, are we doing this? His fingers rub my waist gently, as if to remind me there's no pressure. I swallow, giving him a smile that says, fuck yes we are. Calvin turns back to Devon. Dev, this is my fiancé, Holland. Halls, this is Devon. Halls. Fiancé. And I die. Devon's eyes disappear into his artfully styled mop of sweaty hair before he reaches out, and I return the handshake awkwardly with my cast. Fiancé, he asks. Well done, man. Calvin laughs. Thanks, mate. So what do you think? Devon asks. Another glance in my direction before Calvin grins. Thanks for the opportunity, Dev. I really appreciate it. But I'm going to be pretty busy for the next several months. Chapter 9. The coldest day of January also happens to be my wedding day. What a strange, strange sentence. It's one thing to say, oh hey, I should totally marry this guy so I can save the day. It's quite another to make it happen. Despite what I told Calvin, a few forms, an interview, Google happily informed me that this process is arduous. There are a million forms, there are a million requirements, and although there are visas specifically for this situation, where someone in the arts wants to hire a foreigner, and an American citizen can't fill the role, Calvin having lived here illegally makes that option unlikely. Which is why just yesterday we were here, getting our marriage license. Marriage license. Holy hell, this is happening. I know I'm always encouraging you to get a life, Lulu says, sliding her hand into mine. But this is like me suggesting you eat something and you go and scarf down 3 dozen donuts. My heart is in my throat as we climb the stairs in front of City Hall, and I grip Lulu as if she's keeping me above water. I'm so grateful that she's here. She got a great deal on simple gold bands from her shady uncle, and came over early this morning to do my hair. You did say it would make a great story for my biography one day. Her dark hair, blown out and curled for the occasion, falls in a polished wave over one shoulder. I said my biography, she says. Tipping her head back, she takes a final draw on her cigarette before snuffing it out. Her exhale plumes into a dense cloud in front of her, and I let go of her hand and subtly step away. Lulu quit smoking twice this year, going from Marlboros to vaping to nothing, and back to Marlboros again. According to her, it's not so much that she's addicted as that auditions make her nervous. The wait after the audition makes her nervous. Working in a restaurant in Manhattan and dealing with people's shit makes her nervous. Just giving you a final chance to back out. She fishes in her small bag for a box of orange Tic Tacs. We don't have to go in there. Her suggestion would be the easy choice, and certainly the smart one, but I can't back out now. For as nervous and as terrified as I am, there's another side that's secretly, shamelessly giddy. Self-consciously, I smooth the front of the pleated chiffon skirt I'm wearing as we pass through the glass doors. I'm still not sure it was the right choice. Trying too hard? Not trying hard enough? What does one wear to a fake wedding anyway? You look good, kid. Lulu pauses to spare me a glance. What underwear are you wearing? Lulu? Seriously, how is it possible she is both the good and the bad angel on my shoulders? It's an important question. Wedding night of Holland. I've already explained to her 1,000 times that it's not going to be that kind of marriage. I mentally pour one out at the sorrow of this truth. We step just inside, and I point in the direction of the marriage bureau, leading us down the corridor. I admire you for this decision, so don't take what I'm going to say the wrong way. Her shoes click on the tile floors. But I can't believe you didn't at least tell Jeff. I plan on lying like a politician if either of your uncles ever asks me whether I was here.
I'll tell them both everything as soon as it's done. It'll be like a little surprise party. Hey, look, you get your star, and oh, by the way, we're married. She loops a sympathetic arm around my shoulder and gives me a little squeeze. I do not envy you that conversation. A hint of movement catches my eye, and I see my groom at the end of the hall. His light brown hair is neatly combed, and he's wearing a blue suit with a purple gingham shirt and blue bow tie. With my blue skirt and pink silk top, we match. Jesus, Lulu stage whispers. My pulse takes off like a rocket. His stride is long and purposeful, and in just a few steps, he's standing in front of me. My eyes move from Calvin's freshly shaved jaw to the tan column of his throat. I imagine him with his guitar in the park in the summer, the dappled shade in his hair, and blades of grass clinging to his shoes and the bottom of his pants. You look nice, I say in dramatic understatement. You look. His green eyes take a casual stroll down the length of my body. I feel the attention as surely as if it were hands moving on my skin. Stunning. A throat clears at his side. Hello. A man with acres of black hair and pale blue eyes steps in front of him, taking my hand. I'm Mark, the better man. Is that right? I say with a laugh. Witness, Calvin clarifies and sidesteps him. This is Mark Verma, a friend. I smile up at him. It's nice to meet you, friend. He aims a set of dark, raised brows in Calvin's direction. I like her. I can feel Lulu hovering just behind me and pull her forward. This is my best friend, Lulu. It's nice to officially meet you, she says to Calvin, stepping forward to take his hand. They talk among themselves for a moment, and it's only now, with Calvin standing just a few feet away, that I notice what he's carrying. He follows my attention down to the circle of pale purple blooms in his hands. It's an Irish tradition for brides to wear flowers in their hair. In my family, at least. I know that this isn't traditional in that sense, but Mam would be heartbroken if I didn't at least ask. My brows go skyward. He's going to tell his parents about this? My folks live in the same country, and I've already concluded it will be easier to lie my face off than live with their inevitable disapproval and concern. His parents live in the other side of the world. A gesture like this feels like we're doing till death do us part, when really, it's only till the fat lady sings. Why on earth would he tell them? My immediate reaction, and surely the most mature here, is to want to press pause and talk about how we each see this going. In hindsight, we hardly talked about it at all, and telling our families makes this something much bulkier that we have to manage. But he looks so earnest and uncharacteristically unsure, I decide to put him out of his misery quickly. Of course I'll wear it. Thank you. It's made of loosely braided lavender, and I take it from him, settling it carefully on top of my hair. Lulu reaches out to adjust the silky purple spikes, tilting her head to inspect her handiwork. There, perfect. She snaps a few photos. Let's get you two married. I'm overly aware of the way my palm fits against Calvin's as he takes my hand and leads us through the crowd toward the clerks. Sidestepping a woman in a jewel-toned sari, I smile at a passing man wearing a yarmulke. There are couples of every composition and age. Some wear traditional dresses and suits. Others are in jeans and t-shirts. Busier than I expected, I say softly. Calvin exhales a little laugh. Yeah, you'd be surprised how many wedding dresses I see at the station. The room is long and narrow, with a row of sleek green couches on one side, and marble counters and swiveling stools on the other. The ceilings are white-paneled, with gold filigree detail. A marquee suspended from 2 chains shows the number now being served and at what station, and a ticket machine sits on the counter below. There's even a small gift shop that sells last-minute items like flowers and emergency bow ties. Calvin pulls a number from the machine and shows me. C922. A flash goes off and we both startle. That's going to be good, Lulu says, looking down at the screen of her tiny camera. She catches my bewildered expression. What?
The candids are always the best ones. A wedding is something you want to remember. She looks at me pointedly. Any couple would want photos to commemorate that. Right. This needs to be official. I've put so little thought into the logistics of this. Man, when I try to be spontaneous, I steal a lighter and throw it blindly into a pool of gasoline. Good thinking. Calvin and I sit in one of the narrow couches, waiting and trying to ignore the click of the camera every 3 seconds. We make polite small talk. Did you have a good morning? Yeah. Didn't sleep, though. Me either. It's so cold outside. I know. I nearly forgot my coat. Awkward laugh. That would have been bad. And on for a half hour about what we ate last night and how we weren't sure what to wear today. The only time either of us seems to relax and fall into easy conversation is when Calvin mentions he almost brought his guitar with him. It seemed oddly fitting, he admits, but then I worried it would be a hassle or seem odd. I wish you had. I really do. His music magically loosens that knotted ribbon inside me. I already miss hearing him play in the subway. While we trip our way through the holy shit we're about to be married awkward dance, Lulu and Mark chat unobtrusively to the side, having no apparent problem making entertaining conversation. Mark, like most people, seems completely charmed by Lulu, but every time Lulu snorts and loses it over one of his jokes, the more anxious I feel. From this moment forward, no matter what happens after, I am combining my life with Calvin's. Finally, our number is called. We step up to the counter, and I watch Calvin fill out the last bit of paperwork. Alongside our witnesses, we sign our names. Mine is a lot less legible than everyone else's, thanks to the cast, and after another small wait, it's time. The New York City Marriage Bureau is very efficient. We're led into a small room with peach walls and pastel watercolors. Our officiant is a smiling woman with dark hair and rosy cheeks, who greets us with a friendly welcome. There's no music or fanfare, but she gently instructs us to stand opposite each other, while everyone else can stand or sit where they'd like. Calvin takes both my hands. Calvin and Holland, she begins. Today you celebrate one of life's greatest moments and give recognition to the worth and beauty of love, as you join together in the vow of marriage. I look up at his face. His eyes are crinkled in amusement that is oddly masked as joy. I bite my lip, grinning back to spite myself. Calvin, she continues, do you take Holland Lena Bakker to be your wife? His voice comes out hoarse at first, and he clears his throat. I do. I love the way his accent curls the words. She turns to me, and he squeezes my hands in his. Holland, do you take Calvin Aidan McLoughlin to be your husband? I nod. My breath is tight in my chest, and for the first time since the ceremony began, I feel a pang of loss that Jeff and Robert and the rest of my family aren't here. I do. We promise to love, honor, cherish, and protect each other, forsaking all others. We promise to have and to hold, in sickness and in health, for richer or for poorer. My stomach drops, and Calvin twists our fingers together, a tiny loophole on these promises. With a shaking hand, I slide the simple band on his finger, and he returns the action on mine. At the bases of our fingers, the rings are so unblemished and innocent, gleaming proudly. I have the hysterical thought that I wouldn't have the heart to tell these shiny, happy rings that they're just props. The ceremony is over with a flash of the camera, as the officiant pronounces us husband and wife. Calvin, you may kiss your bride. I do a double take toward the officiant before I can help it. It never occurred to me that he would. That we would. Calvin laughs a little at my wide eyes. I promise to make it nice. It takes every bit of focus I have to remain upright. I believe you. A tiny, cocky grin curves his mouth. If you can't be good, at least be good at it. His hand comes to rest at the back of my neck. His fingers thread into my hair. So come here, he whispers, licking his lower lip. As he leans in, I have to tip my head back to see him. His eyes are closed, his breathing even, and there's a moment of hesitation where I know we're both thinking, this is it. We're really doing this. I bring my hand to rest on his chest, and it's that solidness that spurs me on, has me closing the last bit of distance between us. His lips are warm, smoother than I imagined, and tiny explosions travel along my body like a rush of caffeine filling my veins. It's a perfect kiss, not too wet, not too soft, and I count to 2 before he pulls away, his forehead resting against mine. And just as I'm wondering whether he'll ever kiss me again, unprompted, he whispers a sweet, nearly imperceptible, "Thank you." A flash goes off to the sound of cheering and applause. More couples wait their turn, so we're rushed out the door and down the hall to a small backdrop of the historical building. We pose for photos of me and Calvin, Mark and Calvin, me and Lulu. She threatens dismemberment should I let Jeff or Robert find them, and all of us together. "You did it," she says into my ear, hugging me tight. Holy shit, she's right. I got married. Me. I've never even considered marriage before, and the word sounds so foreign I can barely wrap my brain around it. She hands me a small bag. Your first wedding present. Inside, and buried beneath what has to be an entire package of tissue paper, is a red magnet with a white heart that reads, "Married in New York City." Chapter 10. So what now? Ahead of us, Lulu and Mark are trading small talk about jobs, New York, weather. Calvin and I are in a weird bubble right behind them. The wind is sharp and cold, and we're bundled up heading down the last block to Gallagher's Steakhouse, unspeaking. He's a nice person. I'm a nice person. As our 2 dates have demonstrated, we get along just fine. But I'm sure we're both reeling with the awareness that we're married. Married. Calvin is my husband. I am his wife. I glance down to the ring in his left hand, and in response, the metal on my finger seems to grow bitingly cold. "You all right?" he asks. Startling at the sound of his voice, I shift my attention to his face. His nose is pink and adorable. Ugh, I've married him, and he has no idea I've been writing Holland/hot busker fic in my head for months. How is this a good idea? I go for breezy. Yeah, of course. It's my wedding day. When he turns his face forward again, I can barely see it peeking out from the hood of his black down jacket. But I do catch the smile. You're quiet. I haven't known you that long, but what I do know isn't quiet. Well, he spotted that quickly. You're right, I'm not. I smile faintly back. My face is numb, it's so cold outside. I'm just thinking about all of this. Regrets? No, more of the what now kind of thinking. I need to tell Robert. Maybe we could talk out here, away from prying ears. I look over at him again. We're less than half a block away from Gallagher's now, and he's got a point. Once we get in there, everyone will be able to hear us, and we'll for sure see the awkward navigation through the what now if we leave it until the end of the meal. I stop, bending as if adjusting the strap on my shoe. Calvin calls out to Lulu and Mark. Yeah, keep going, he says. We'll catch you inside. And then he crouches, meeting my eyes. This is big, what you've done. Yeah. I'm caught in the intensity of his expression. I can see why you'd be left a little speechless. Yeah. Maybe I could go with you when you talk to your uncles? Okay. Use your words, Holland. Tell him it isn't so much that you're feeling regret, as you're feeling sheer panic at the prospect of sharing an apartment with a stranger, who also happens to be the hottest man you've ever touched. What if you fart in your sleep? I want you to know, he continues, despite my misdemeanor candy theft, I'm not a creep. I would never hurt you. But if you would feel more comfortable staying separate places, we can't. Although it's true, there is a vague tremor of nausea in my thoughts now. I'm 99% sure Calvin isn't a rapist or a rampant drug user, but now taking him into my apartment seems somewhat impulsive, and not just because I might fart in my sleep.
I want you to know how much I appreciate this, he says, and I won't take anything for granted.
I'm unaccustomed to being thanked so profusely, and stammer out a few sounds before nodding.
Is the plan that I come home with you tonight?
Heat spreads up my neck and over my cheeks. I think so.
You have a couch?
I nod.
Your bedroom door locks?
I pull back, looking at him.
Do I need it to lock?
He shakes his head quickly.
Of course not. I want you to feel safe.
You must think I'm a maniac. His grin charges something to life inside me.
Well, aren't you? I think that's why I like you, Holland Bakker McLoughlin. That and your freckles.
We straighten in slow unison, and the whole time he grins down at me from several inches above. I finally manage to respond to this. You think I'm taking your name?
I'm sure of it.
My jaw drops through a grin. I married a caveman?
Just a personal preference. Want to make a wager on this?
As in, I say slowly.
I lose and take your name. You lose and I keep mine?
What's really in it for me?
If I lose, I'll take yours.
What is even happening right now? He slides his hand around my fingers.
So, uncle's tomorrow?
I blink up from our joined hands. I'll make sure they're home.
Good. Now let's get inside and make that wager. I'm freezing my bollocks off.
I nearly trip on the sidewalk. As Calvin holds the door for me, I hurry inside where Lulu and Mark wait, and a blast of warm air hits that's so amazing, we groan in unison. Lulu walks over, cupping my elbow. You okay?
Yeah, just had to fix the strap on my shoe.
Okay, good. She seems placated and motions to where a group of busboys are clearing a table. About 5 minutes, they said. Cool, thanks for doing that. And thanks for coming with me today.
I don't know what I'd have done without you.
Her smile goes soft, and she wraps her arms around me. Are you kidding? The craziest thing I've ever seen you do is try to change the date on your expired Saks coupon so you could still get half off. I wouldn't have missed this. I laugh and press a kiss to the side of her cheek. You can be kind of great sometimes. Not often, but very funny. Now, pardon me, but I'm gonna go live it up and harmlessly flirt with your husband's friend. Calvin watches Lulu leave and returns to my side, taking my hand. The touch is so unfamiliar and awesome, it makes my stomach vault around in my belly.
Hungry?
He asks. The wager? I remind him.
I'm getting there. It's related to my question.
He lifts his chin to the meat locker.
They have good steaks here.
And just like that, I'm interested in whatever he's suggesting. They do. What are you thinking?
They have a porterhouse for 2, 3, or 4.
I haven't eaten in nearly 24 hours, and the idea of a big, juicy steak has me salivating.
Yeah? So, I say we split one for 3, and whoever eats more wins.
I'm going to guess their porterhouse for 3 could feed us both for a week.
I'm betting you're right.
His adorable grin should be accompanied by the sound of a silvery ding. And your dinner is on me. For not the first time, it occurs to me to ask him how he makes ends meet, but I can't. Not here, and maybe not when we're alone either. You don't have to do that.
I think I can handle treating my wife to dinner on our wedding night.
Our wedding night. My heart thuds heavily. That's a lot of meat. No pun intended. He grins enthusiastically.
I'd sure like to see how you handle it.
You're betting Holland can't finish a steak? Lulu chimes in from behind me. Oh, you sweet summer child. As we get up, I groan, clutching my stomach. Is this what pregnancy feels like? Not interested.
I could carry you,
Calvin offers sweetly, helping me with my coat. Lulu pushes between us, giddy from wine as she throws her arms around our shoulders.
You're supposed to carry the bride across the threshold to be romantic, not because she's broken from eating her weight in beef.
I stifle a belch. The way to impress a man is to show him how much meat you can handle. Don't you know this, Lou? Calvin laughs.
It was a close battle. Not that close.
Mark says beside him. We went so far as to have the waiter split the cooked steak into 2 equal portions, much to the amused fascination of our table mates. I ate roughly 3/4 of mine. Calvin was 2 ounces short. Calvin Bakker has a pretty solid ring to it, I say. He groans.
What did I get myself into?
A marriage to a farm girl, I say. It's best you learn in day 1 that I take my eating very seriously.
But you're only a tiny thing,
he says, looking from my face to my body and back again. It's as though his gaze drags fire over me. Not that little. At 5'7", I'm on the taller end of average, and while I've never been overweight, I've never been thin either. Davis used to say I came from sturdy stock. Not the most flattering description, but not the worst. In short, I have a body made for sport, but hand-eye coordination made for books. We push out of the restaurant and convene in a small huddle on the sidewalk. It's too cold for a prolonged goodbye. Mark asks if we want to go out for a bit longer, but when Calvin hesitates, I jump on board saying, honestly, that I'm sort of wiped, even if it's only 10. But that means they hug us goodbye, give another congratulations, and then turn, hailing cabs and going their separate ways. It was easy for Calvin and I to play at comfort during dinner. We had a distraction, the bet. And nearly as soon as we sat down, Lulu ordered wine, Calvin ordered appetizers, and conversation exploded easily, as it always does when Lulu is around. I used to refer to her as social lubricant, but Robert made me promise to never use that phrase again. Now it's just us, me and Calvin. There's nowhere to hide and no one to hide behind. I feel the warm slide of his gloved hand around mine.
Is this okay? He asks. I'm not trying anything, I just feel fond.
It's fine. It's more than fine. It's making it hard to breathe, and shit. This is a terrible idea. Every bit of that disarming honesty and affection he shows me is going to make it that much harder when the run of the production ends and we can part ways.
Which way are we? He asks.
Oh.
Of course.
We're just standing here in the freezing cold while I internally melt down, and he has no idea where I live. I'm on 47th. This way. We walk quickly, strides matched. I forgot how weird it is to walk while holding someone's hand. Weirder still when it's cold and we're rushing, but he holds on tight, so I do too. How did you meet Mark?
We played in a band together while I was at school.
His shoulder brushes mine as we turn on 8th.
He just did it for sport, though I was quite intense about it. After he graduated, he went on and got an MBA.
After a pause, he adds,
I've been living in his flat in Chelsea.
Well, that answers one question.
Paying rent, he quickly adds. He was sad to lose the extra money, but, as he put it, will not miss the sight of my white arse. He laughs. He suggested I invest in pajamas.
My eyes widen and he quickly clarifies.
Which I have, of course.
No, I mean, I press my palm to my forehead. My face feels 1,000 degrees. I want you to be comfortable. Maybe just warn me if you're going to be... I'll knock before I come out in the morning. He grins and squeezes my hand.
Anyway, I can put that money into yours now. It's only fair.
My stomach clenches. This is all really weird. I know sterile details about Calvin from the marriage license, like his birth date, full name, place of birth. But I don't know anything relevant, like how he makes money other than street performances and cover bands, who his friends are, what time he goes to bed, what he eats for breakfast, or, until just now, where he's been living. And of course, he doesn't know these things about me either. But from what I understand, he'll need to. Immigration will want us to know things some couples don't know even after years together. Is this how we do it? With this sort of frank, transactional honesty? I dive right in, blurting, Robert and Jeff pay about 2/3 of my rent.
Really?
He lets out a low whistle. Yeah. Surprisingly, I don't make much selling t-shirts and taking pictures of people backstage. Not enough to live in Manhattan, anyway.
I don't imagine.
Nausea rises. Is this a good thing to admit or bad? Have I just revealed to him that Jeff and Robert are totally loaded? I try not to take advantage, I say, oddly humiliated. After all, Calvin just admitted to relying on a friend too, and I know he makes money, at least in part from playing gigs. I was going to live in New Jersey and commute, but they found me this place when a friend of theirs moved out. Died, actually. And, yeah. Do you like living alone? I laugh. Yeah, but... It seems to register what he's just said, and he laughs too. I promise to stay out of your way. No, I like it, I clarify. But I'm not someone who needs to be alone, if that makes sense. Calvin looks over at me, smiling. It makes sense. He hesitates. I make decent money for what I do. Probably make $50 every time I busk. Make a couple hundred for the bar shows. But it's not a real job. I look over at him. He's got his face tilted up to the sky, like he's inviting the shock of the cold. What do you mean, real job? He laughs. Oh, come on, Holland. You know what I mean. I like that, actually, that you know exactly what I mean. Looking straight into my soul, he says, I make money, but it feels like cheating. Like I have this ability I've worked so hard for, and I'm not doing shite with it. Well, now you are. A smile spreads over his face, and I wish I could describe it. It's the expressive equivalent of an eraser, wiping away any doubt I had about this. Yeah, he says. Now I am. Because there was no way I could sleep before the wedding, I cleaned the hell out of my apartment last night. I'm not a slob, but I'm not meticulous either, and cleaning kept me occupied for a solid 2 hours, until there wasn't even a bit of dirty grout left to scrub with an old toothbrush. So I started writing out a list of pivotal moments in my life. To date, my longest relationship was with a guy named Bradley. He was from Oregon, and I met him during undergrad at Yale. We dated for 2.5 years, which I now know to be the point when you've heard most of the stories, and some of them you've heard a few times. But with Bradley, who was a completely nice guy, but sort of boring. Also, his penis turned dramatically to the right, and as much as I tried to pretend it wasn't a big deal, it always felt in my hand like a bone that needed to be reset. I learned those things gradually, over time. Our getting to know you had happened in sleepy doses during pillow talk, or at a bar, as we got progressively drunker and more physical. We broke up under completely pedestrian circumstances. I just wasn't feeling it anymore. After a week of quasi-dramatic begging, he gave up and within a month was dating the woman he would eventually marry. 2.5 years and the entire thing, from start to finish, was completely unremarkable. I'm thinking about all of this, the strange way we'll spew out our histories almost as if we're downloading data, as I walk inside with Calvin, so when I see the list on the counter, I want to burst out laughing. Wow. Calvin steps in, eyes wide as he looks around. My place is tiny, but it is pretty great. I have a giant bay window in the living room, taking up the majority of the wall. The view isn't postcard-worthy or anything, but it looks out over rooftops and into other apartments. I have a sleeper sofa, a coffee table, a television. Beneath the coffee table is a rug with swirling oranges and blues that Robert and Jeff got me as a housewarming gift, despite my protestations that the apartment itself was the housewarming gift. There are 2 bookcases loaded with books that bracket the television, and then nothing. That's all I have in here. It's clean and simple and cozy. This is so nice, he says, moving closer to read the spines of my books. Mark's place is amazing, but he's got twin 2-year-olds who visit, and it's super cluttered. I mentally file this bit of information away in my immigration interview bank, and he runs his fingers along the edge of a book by Michael Chabon. I like it sort of simple like this. He wanders to the tiny kitchen, peeks in at the minuscule bathroom, and then stops, turning to me. It's really nice, Holland. Well done. He's being so adorably awkward, I can't help but say. You can look at the bedroom. Beneath his olive skin, blood rushes to the surface. That's your space. That's all right. Calvin, it's just a room. There aren't, naked posters of me in there or anything. I can't tell if the sound he makes is a cough or a laugh, but he nods, joking. Well, that's a shame. As he moves past me into my bedroom. It's my favorite space. I have a wrought iron framed double bed with a white coverlet, a dresser, an antique standing mirror, a couple of lamps on the nightstands, a few photos of my family, and that's it. It's bright and sparse. I think I expected it to be girlier. Yeah, I laugh. I'm not super girly. He picks up a pair of pink scissors from on top of a pink photo album, sets them down next to a pair of rose gold sunglasses. He glances dubiously to my doorless closet. It's clear that pink plays a leading role inside there too. Well, I amend. Except for a few things, I guess. He motions to my arm. Purple cast? And then quieter. And you were wearing pink the night you were shoved. My fingers tingle in this weird way when he says that, like blood has evacuated my extremities and rushed to fill my chest. He meets my gaze head on, like he wants to cover this now, first, before we do anything else. Our conversation at the bar was such a scratch of the surface, and now I know that he didn't intervene because he wasn't here legally. Tell me what happened that night, I say. I don't remember much. Well, yeah, you were rather unconscious. With a little beckoning tilt of his head, he turns, leaving my bedroom and heading out to the sofa. He pats the seat beside him. For a few seconds, filled with blinking embarrassment, I realize this means he saw me in complete disarray. My saggy tights, my skirt at my waist, and later, my shirt unbuttoned to my navel. Oh, God. He laughs. Sit. I was such a mess. I drop down beside him. You landed on the subway tracks and knocked your head. He looks at me quizzically. Of course you were a mess. No, I say, groaning into my hands. I mean, you probably saw my saggy crotch and my boobs. A strangled laugh comes from beside me. I wasn't really thinking about crotches and boobs at the moment. I jumped up, telling the bum to wait, but he ran. I tried to reach you, but couldn't. I worried if I tried to fetch you, we'd both be stuck down there. I called the paramedics, called the MTA. The ambulance arrived, and that was that. When I look back at him, I find him studying me. It happened so fast. I wasn't sure what he was doing at first, but then he came for you. I don't have a legal ID or residence. I was paranoid. That's really it. Okay. He nods to my cast again. How much longer do you need to wear that? Tracing a finger along a line in the hardened bandage, I say, I get it off in 3 weeks. Does it hurt? Not anymore. He nods, and the silence swallows us. We look around, at the dark television, the window, the bookcases, the kitchen, anywhere but at each other. My husband. Husband. The more I repeat the word in my head, the more it sounds fake, like it's not a real thing. Calvin clears his throat. Do you have anything to drink? Booze. Right. This is the perfect situation for some booze. I jump up and he laughs awkwardly. I should have thought to get champagne or something. You bought the dinner, I remind him. Obviously the champagne was on my list and I dropped the ball. Pulling a bottle of vodka from the freezer, I set it on the counter and then realize I have nothing to mix it with. And I finished the last beer the other night. I have vodka. He smiles valiantly. Straight up vodka it is. It's Stoli. Straight up mediocre vodka it is. He amends with a cheeky wink. His phone buzzes, and it sets off a weird, giddy reaction in my chest. We both have full lives beyond this apartment, which remain complete mysteries to each other. One difference between us is that Calvin likely doesn't care about my life outside of this, yet I care intensely about his. Having him here feels like finding the key to unlock a mysterious chest that's been sitting in the corner of my bedroom for a year. Buzz, buzz. Looking up, I meet his eyes. They're wide, almost as if he's not sure whether to answer. You can get it, I assure him. It's okay. His face darkens with a flush. I
Don't think I should.
It's your phone. Of course it's okay to answer it.
It's not.
Buzz, buzz. Unless maybe it's some mafia drug lord, and if he answers, his ruse is up, and I'll kick him out. Or, gasp, maybe it's a girlfriend calling. Why had this not occurred to me? Buzz, buzz. Oh my God. Do you have a girlfriend? He looks horrified. What? Of course not. Buzz, buzz. Holy shit. How long until his voicemail puts us out of our misery? Boyfriend? I don't... He starts, smiling through a wince. It's not. Not? My phone isn't ringing. I stare at him bewildered. His blush deepens. It's not a phone. When he says this, I know he's right. It doesn't have the right rhythm to be a phone. I lift the vodka to my lips and chug straight from the bottle. The buzzing has the exact rhythm of my vibrator, the one I tucked beneath that cushion on the couch days ago. I'm gonna need to be pretty drunk to deal with this. Chapter 11. I roll over onto my side, right into a solid, warm body. It's black all around us, and the darkness only amplifies his quiet moan. Against me, Calvin is completely bare. We both went to bed clothed, but somehow I ended up back out in the living room, naked, and the unbelievable heat of him seems endless in the tiny sofa bed. The springs creak when he rolls to face me, nibbling a path from my shoulder to my jaw. Well, this is unexpected, he says. I want to ask him how long I've been out here, but he wipes away all organized thought, leaving only a trail of fire behind as his hand slides up from my hip, over my breast to my neck. You didn't want to fuck in the bed? He asks, speaking into a kiss against my jaw. I would have come to you. He shifts away just enough to let me explore with my palms, the solid expanse of his chest, the hair in his navel, and lower, to where he's hard for me, shifting into my palm when I curl a fist around him. Like this, he moves for a few tight breaths, sucking at my neck, cupping my breasts in his rough hands. But every inch of my skin feels tight and aching. I need him over me, inside. I want... His mouth hovers over my nipple, teeth bared. Want? I try to blame my impatience on the fact that it's the middle of the night, and I've somehow wandered into Calvin's bed, and he's totally fine with it. I don't want to lose a single second of this by either of us overthinking it, so I urge him over me, staring up at him in the dark. Did you get enough dinner? He asks, kissing from my breast slowly up to my neck. I don't know why he's joking about the steak right now, but it doesn't even matter because I can feel him press against me. And then he shifts his hips, and he's sliding inside with a moan that vibrates against my throat. The stretch of him inside me is so new, so unexpected, that I cry out and he turns his head, covering my open mouth with his. He says something I can't make out, but it's probably less about the words themselves than it is about my inability to process beyond the feel of him sliding in and back out of me. It seems unreal that he's here, moving, pulling my legs around his waist. He's not quiet. He lets out a gust of pleasure with every thrust, and I don't think I've ever been this wild. Pushing up into him, digging my nails in his back, begging him for faster, for harder. Then he's behind me. How? It was so fast. And I feel the sharp sting of his hand, the satisfied grunt he makes when I cry out. And then I'm over him, his hands on my breasts, fingers drawing maddening circles around the peaks. Are you close? His voice is tight with restraint. Yes. Fuck. Good. His hands come to my hips, and he starts working himself up into me, hurried and deeper. It feels so good. And it does. My skin feels staticky. My spine is tight with a spiral of pleasure. Jump on me, he groans. Jump? Rabbit, he growls. Like in a field. Carrots. With a gasp, I startle awake into the darkness of my bedroom. The sheets are a tangle at my feet. My door is still closed, and I am completely alone with my hand down my pants. Bolting upright, I lean forward, listening for any sound of activity outside the door. There's a quiet rustle, a squeak of the sofa bed springs. According to my clock, it's 1:48 a.m. Is Calvin awake? Oh my God. Did I wake him up by moaning? Was I loudly masturbating? I want to throw myself off the fire escape outside my window. This is only the first night having Calvin outside my room, and I'm already having sex dreams about him. I am so fucking doomed. Nobody thinks they're a morning person. I'm no exception. I'm not mean or one of those people who requires a sonic boom to get me out of bed. I just tend to stumble around, blurry, for a few minutes before the hamster wheel upstairs starts rolling smoothly. Wednesday morning, I wake, push myself up, scrub my face, and stand. Like I do every morning, I walk to the kitchen to get the coffee started. No doubt my straight hair has been teased into a campfire. My pajamas are twisted around my torso. I have dragon breath. A deep, gravelly voice mumbles, "Hey." I jump back, pressing my palm to my chest. Oh shit, that's right. Apparently, I'd completely forgotten that I have a husband. A husband with a penchant for showing skin. And as soon as I see him, I remember my dream. You didn't want to fuck in the bed? The endless length of him sliding inside, the sting of his hand across my ass, and a blistering flush spreads across the entire surface of my body. Calvin is folding up the sofa bed, his hair standing up as if he's been electrocuted by my couch. His pajama bottoms hang low on his hips. Very low. I get an eyeful of navel hair before my eyes dart away. I'm impressed with how accurately my dream hands predicted how he'd look naked. I affix my attention to the tip of his nose. Morning. He reaches up, wipes his nose self-consciously. Morning, Holland. You sleep okay? He nods, like a rock. I struggle not to look when he reaches down, absently scratching his stomach. You going into work today? He asks. I'm overheated. No, we'll need to talk to Robert at some point, but I took the rest of the week off to, I have to turn away to reach for the coffee filters. His body is insane. His body hair is the best balance of there but not furry. Calvin is half naked in my apartment, and I am completely losing my shit right now. I need to get some distance and some caffeine. I gesture vaguely to him across the room. To study. To study me? He asks playfully. I'm not looking at him, but I hear the grin in his voice. Yeah, your life and things. Things? He repeats and laughs. My brain fills with a memory of his happy trail and our dream sex. Are you headed to the station later? I blurt, desperate to change the subject. If he notices how I've just demonstrated my knowledge of his schedule, he doesn't show it. No, think I'll stop doing that. My heart is a wilting flower in my chest. I mean, of course it makes sense that he'd stop performing at the station now that he's about to have a full-time job. But it also means the end to this little tiny joy I have. I pour another out for Busker Jack. I hear an odd, dissonant scratch behind me and turn. Calvin has pulled his guitar out of its case and now sits shirtless on my couch. He plucks at the strings and grins boyishly at me. You put the pot on, I'll provide the soundtrack. My controlled exhale comes out of me in tiny, sharp splinters. Sure. Yeah. One of the few things Calvin has put in the kitchen so far is a box of tea labeled Barry's, so I assume that's what he wants, putting the teapot on the stove and dropping a tea bag in a mug. Round, warm music begins to fill the apartment, sending a wave of goosebumps down my arm. I intently study the thin stream of coffee filling the pot to keep from turning and gawking while he plays his guitar half naked. Holland, he says, slowing the meandering tune. Can I ask you something? Sure. I risk a look over my shoulder at him. Big mistake. I figure that's what we're doing today. This question is different. I smile in encouragement. Go for it. Are all female sex toys bright pink? Gah. Gah. Or is it just you? Like the scissors and your coat and... Are you fucking with me? He holds up one hand, with the guitar pick wedged between two fingers. I swear I'm not trying to embarrass you. Embarrass me? I look back to the coffee and grab a mug to pour it into. Man, I'm totally used to having guys come over and find my vibrators in the couch. That's why I keep them there. Really? I turn and look at him flatly. Right. He says through another delighted laugh as he returns to his stomach. The colors of these things strike me as odd. How do you take it? His eyes go wide. Pardon? I hold up his mug and bite back a laugh. Your tea. Black. An adorable giggle bursts out of him. Oh my god, this conversation. I'm so sorry. I'm not fully awake yet. I don't know what I'm saying. Returning to the living room, I hand him the mug. Have you been thinking about this since last night? Last night, when I pulled my enormous, pulsating pink vibrator out of the couch, sprinted to the bathroom to wash the couch lint off it, and then shoved it under the sink in the very, very back. Last night, when I went to sleep and very nearly got myself off dreaming that he was having sex with me. No, just since I woke up. He thanks me and takes a sip before leaning over his guitar to place the mug in the coffee. You'd think the colors would be more masculine if you were getting a fake cock. My brain goes all wavy when he throws that word into my living room like it's not a live bomb. But, and my sampling isn't huge here, the majority seem to be pink. With his easy chatter and judgment-free tone, my embarrassment slowly drains away. I think the flesh-colored ones have a weird sense of sadness to them. I sit down beside him, like a penis separated from its host. That is a very sad prospect indeed. They also grow discolored? I say, remembering. I had a flesh-toned one I kept in my underwear drawer, and it sort of took on the colors of the fabrics around it until eventually it looked tie-dyed. He laughs, nodding as he works his fingers up and down the neck of his guitar. I want to understand why I feel so easy around him. Calvin is the human equivalent of a joint. It must be the soothing sound of the guitar. Maybe it's because women want pleasure for themselves, I say, and not to feel like they're owing it to a dude, even when it's a toy. He stops playing at this, turning to look at me. That's astute. I purse my lips at him playfully. You're pointing out how astute I am for understanding my own sexuality? The grin that comes over him is probably the best thing I've ever seen. It's wide, showing teeth, crinkling his eyes. I knew I'd like you. I knew I'd like you too, Busker Jack. I nod to his guitar as I stand up to start breakfast. Then keep playing. By mid-morning, we're headed toward the theater. It's freezing out, but the cold keeps me from dragging my feet and putting this off any longer. No doubt Robert was tipped off that something was different when I didn't show up with coffee from Madman. But I doubt he's expecting, "Hey, I got married yesterday," as an explanation. I remind myself that the hard part is over. Telling Robert will be easy because he'll be thrilled. Right? Jeff, on the other hand. So they'll both be here. It's the first thing Calvin has said since leaving the apartment, and the sound of his voice jerks me out of my anxiety spiral. Clearly, we are both on the same page. Yeah. I texted Jeff this morning, asking for a good time to check in with both of them. He said he'd be at the theater with Robert all morning. Robert's barely left since Seth quit. Jeff threatened to drag him out if he didn't at least let him bring fresh clothes and food that didn't come from a vending machine. Calvin gives me a tiny wince. Does it make me a terrible person if I'm relieved they're still stressed about replacing Seth? We reach the front of the Levin Gladstone, and I turn to face him. If you are, then I am too. Because it just occurred to me last night. They could have found a replacement in the time it took to do all this. I lift my hand and wiggle my ring finger. That would be inconvenient. Calvin gently grips my elbow, stopping me from opening the door. Thanks for letting me come along this morning. It feels like the right thing. He hesitates. You don't reckon they'll murder me? They wouldn't murder you. They'd murder me. Just inside, Brian's eyes land on me like a heat-seeking missile. Brace yourself, I mutter under my breath. Calvin follows my gaze to Brian barreling down upon us. Who is that? It's my boss, the stage manager. Imagine Mr. Plankton and Effie Trinket rolled into one. He hates me. What in the hell are you doing here? Brian asks, pointing to the door. You took 4 days off. Go take them. I came to see Robert. Is he upstairs? He's upstairs with the rest of your family. I swear to God, are we running a show here or hosting a reunion? His eyes shift to where Calvin is standing just behind me. I register the exact moment he recognizes him and puts the pieces together, because he glances at my left hand and his face contorts in glee. Shut up. Brian, you actually did it. He takes a step closer and I step back, colliding with Calvin's chest. You let me sit there and get my ass handed to me in front of Michael and the Law brothers, and then you went out and did it anyway. I nod, taking these lumps. After all, he isn't wrong. But the difference was, in the end, it was my decision, rather than some bartering chip Brian gets to claim as his. Well, he takes a dramatic step to the side, throwing his arm out as if to point the way to Robert's office. By all means, head upstairs and inform your uncle that you did exactly what I suggested. I cannot wait to hear what he says. I take Calvin's arm and lead him to the stairway, making a mental note to steal the lifts from inside Brian's fancy Gucci loafers. Seems like a good chap, Calvin says dryly, and despite everything, I burst out laughing. Robert's office door is half open. I stop just outside. Wait out here, okay? Just for a few minutes. Calvin hesitates before giving me a reluctant nod, and I lift my hand to knock. Robert calls out almost immediately. Come in. Hey. I walk in, taking a deep breath. Robert is seated at his desk eating a bagel, and Jeff is folding a pair of pants before tucking them into a leather duffel bag. Robert looks up when he hears the door click closed behind me. Hey, Buttercup. I thought you were off this week. I walk over and kiss Jeff's cheek before rounding the desk to kiss Robert. I came to talk to you. Are you hungry? Jeff asks. There's fruit and coffee and a bag of those little quiches you like. Thanks, but I already ate. The idea of keeping food down at the moment is comical. I turn to face Robert. How's the search going? Jeff looks at his husband with an expression that says he's been living with this particular mood for a few days. Please don't get him started. Robert rubs his eyes with the heels of his hands. We've auditioned 12 musicians. And? Hope mixed with anxiety burns a hole through my gut. He sinks back in his chair. He looks exhausted. And we'll probably audition 6 more. Would it help if I said you didn't need to? I become acutely aware of Jeff going still off to the side. We've already gone over this, Holland, Robert says, and then adds, he can't. Who can't what? Jeff asks very carefully, but I'm sure he already knows. I ignore this for the moment, focused intently on Robert. But let's just say, hypothetically, that he could. He watches me warily. Well, I would be thrilled. Hypothetically. That's all I need to hear. Standing, I turn to the door, stopping with my hand on the knob. I want you to know that I did this because I love you, and when I saw the chance to be able to help, I took it. I know you're going to be angry with me, but it's done. Robert's voice is a low, menacing rumble. Holland Bakker, what did you do? Judging from the look in his face, he already knows. I turn the knob, and Calvin steps inside, hands tucked deep into the pockets of his jeans. Mr. Okai. He looks at Jeff. Mr. Also Okai, Jeff finishes, looking back and forth between Calvin and me in confusion. Would someone like to fill me in? I hold up my left hand, displaying my wedding ring. 1 breath. 2. 3. and then the burst of Jeff's incredulous voice.
You got married?
It's so loud I know even if Brian isn't standing just outside, more than likely he still heard it. I hold up my hands, only temporarily.
You married a man you met in the subway?
Does your mother know? Absolutely not. I step closer, putting my hand on his arm. I talked to Davis and he assured me he won't say anything. I'm hoping you'll do the same. Jeff whips to Robert.
Did you put her up to this?
Of course not, I insist. He was the first person to shoot down the idea when Brian suggested it.
You did something Brian suggested?
Jeff is usually the calm one in our family, so I'm not really sure how to feel about the way that vein in his forehead is bulging. I do, however, take small pleasure in knowing that Brian probably heard this too. Jeff looks at each of us.
Have you all completely lost your minds?
Honey. Robert stands, rounding his desk to take his husband's elbow.
Let's all take a moment to breathe.
Jeff wheels on him.
You're not seriously going to let her go through with this.
Robert throws his hands up.
What do you want me to say? That she needs to undo this immediately?
I point to my chest. Hi, grown woman standing right here. I feel Calvin shift behind me.
I am really sorry that we didn't involve you in the decision.
But it wasn't up to him. I interrupt, glancing over my shoulder before looking back at my uncles. I made it clear Calvin can handle his family. I can handle mine. Robert looks up at me, eyes searching.
You're legally married.
I nod.
I can't believe I'm hearing this.
Jeff closes his eyes and takes a calming breath before reaching for his coat and folding it over his arm.
I'm going home to take a bottle of blood pressure medicine and try not to call your mother, my sister, who will want to kill me when she finds out.
Turning to Robert, he adds, We'll discuss this when you get home, which, considering you have a new guitarist, will be early today. Robert nods obediently and walks Jeff into the hallway. While he tells him goodbye, speaking too softly for us to hear, Calvin and I share a grimace. That could have gone better. With Jeff gone, Robert closes the door and moves to his desk, motioning for us to take the seats opposite him. Hands folded neatly on the chaos of portfolios and resumes in front of him. He looks crankily at each of us in turn.
Okay, you did this, so we may as well deal with it.
I think we pulled it off. I mean, Robert is furious with me, with both of us. But I'm not homeless or on a plane back to Des Moines, so I'm calling it a win. Best of all, Calvin has officially been offered the part for Possessed, and even if Robert won't admit outright that he's ecstatic, he's droopy with obvious relief. After we'd gone over the details, he called in the rest of the team. He was practically vibrating with creative energy. I did that. Mission accomplished. But we aren't done yet. Despite his anger at all of us, Jeff still forwarded the email he got from Sam Doherty, his childhood friend who now works at the USCIS, U.S. Citizenship and Immigration Services. That's heartening at least. But my mood wilts when I count the number of attachments. It feels like there are 1,000 forms for us to fill out. Calvin and I spend the rest of the morning gathering birth certificates and medical records, and copying them in triplicate. By that afternoon, the coffee table is stacked with tidy piles of official documents. We haven't even started the process of filling anything out yet, and my brain is goo. Calvin finds me blinking into the open kitchen cabinet, staring at the mugs there. I was listening to an audiobook as I put dishes away, and boom, surreal slaps me across the face. I see Calvin's Juilliard mug on the shelf next to the one Davis got me for Christmas last year that reads, World's Most Okayest Sister.
Everything all right?
He asks, eyeing me. Just having a momentary freakout. I'm great now. Calvin laughs.
I hear that.
He picks up an apple, absently polishing it with the hem of his t-shirt. I keep my eyes at chin level.
Mostly. Do you think everything with your uncles will be okay? Jeff seemed pissed off.
I close the cabinet door and turn toward the fridge. We stopped for some groceries on the walk home, and I grabbed 2 beers now. I don't care what time it is. It's 5 o'clock somewhere. Jeff might take a little longer to calm down, but the great thing about family is they have to forgive me. I hand Calvin a beer. I think we both need this. We crack them open and head back to the task in the living room. Calvin takes a seat at my side on the couch, stretching his legs out on the table in front of him. He's not wearing any shoes and has these screaming purple argyle socks that I immediately adore. Purple socks, happy trail, electrocution hair. I have this dream man in my apartment, and he is distracting as hell. I can't wait to see how tonight's sex stream plays out. I reach for my laptop and wake it up with a swipe of my finger across the trackpad. It's been ages since I've looked at this thing, let alone turned it on. The expensive novel-writing software sits in the toolbar with a little book icon reminding me how much I suck. Ignoring it as usual, I open my email instead. Jeff's note said there are forms for each of us. Did you get a link? Calvin takes a sip of his beer and sits back to click through to his account. Form I-485. Check. I'm I-130, I say. He has a note that we can file these two concurrently and fill out the rest of the package for him to send off once we get the initial approval. There's also another list of things we need to make copies of, and a to-do list. Calvin looks over at me, and I try to ignore the way the lamp behind him makes the tips of his eyelashes glow. I like seeing him on my couch. I like knowing what color his socks are, and what his sleepy face looks like before he's had his tea. He scratches his chin. A to-do list. You'll need a medical exam, and until you're officially on the books, I need to provide pay stubs to show I can support us both. I let out a hearty guffaw. Which means Brian will need to give me a raise. If you think he was great today, you should hang around for that conversation. It's going to be a doozy. I tap my pencil to my lips, reading. And we'll need documents that prove our marriage is bona fide. His suggestions are a shared lease, easy enough. Joint club memberships. I look over at him. Do you go to the gym? An amused curve shapes his lips, and he folds his arms across his chest, in that way all guys do when they want to emphasize the guns. I do. I can add you to my membership, unless you have one of your own you want to add me. Just go ahead and add me to yours, I say quickly, as if I don't routinely have a king-size Snickers for lunch, and view treadmills as a mindless way to run and never actually get anywhere. He suggests we have emails and texts between us, so I guess we should do that. Texts like, can you pick up a gallon of milk? Or like, personal. I absolutely can't look at him right now. I fix my gaze on the far wall. We want to be convincing, so a mix of both? He pulls out his chapstick, drawing my attention back to his mouth. He's only about 2 feet away from me. I've never had the chance to look at his hands close up before. His nails are trimmed, thank God. His fingers long, but not delicate. He's wearing my ring. To be clear, he says slowly, recapping the lip balm. So they don't arrive and scare the hell out of you. We're talking about, I can't wait to get your hit off, kind of personal. My heart stands up, waves the white flag. Yeah, I think so. I immediately return to the safety of my bullet point list while he picks up his phone, typing something. What else? Letters or cards congratulating us on our marriage, bills in both our names like utilities, credit cards, that sort of thing. My phone buzzes with a text from Calvin. Are you coming home before work? I type in casually. I'll be home at about 30. He replies, good. I want to taste you again before you leave. I choke, sliding my phone back down on the coffee table. That's a good job. I approve. Honestly, how often has he done this? He laughs, his face a little pink. I feel sort of bad making you go to all this trouble. I wave off his concern. It won't be bad. Some sexting, a couple more copies, a couple yes or no questionnaires. Honestly, how hard can it be? Shoot me in the face. Have you ever tried to do your own tax returns? Immigration paperwork is a lot like that, but with less math and far more opportunities for perjury. My form was easy enough to fill out, names, addresses, and former employers, but Calvin's are so in-depth that even when we split them, it takes over an hour to get through the first two. I look up at him from the other side of the coffee table. I'm on my second beer of the afternoon, and my pencil is lost somewhere in my hair. Can you list past and present memberships or affiliations with every organization, fund, foundation, party, club, society, or group you've been a part of since the age of 16, along with the location, nature, and dates of said affiliation? He stares blankly, exhausted. I don't even know the name of the band I was in last year, let alone from when I was 16. I check the form before glancing up at him again. You better remember, because it wants that too. Calvin leans back and runs a hand through his hair, laughing. An apple core sits on a plate in front of him, along with a handful of orange peels, the empty wrappers of 2 granola bars, and a bit of crust from one peanut butter and jelly sandwich. Calvin revelation. He eats a lot. I move on to the next section. Tell me about your parents. They're called Porrig and Marina. He trails off, shrugging. They're nice. Porrig? I say, doing my best to repeat his pronunciation. He turns to face me, tucking a purple-socked foot underneath him. His hair is standing straight up, almost as if it is as delighted as he is by my mistake. Patrick, he repeats in an obnoxious American accent, emphasizing each letter this time. I feel my face heat. Oh, Patrick. I am an idiot. You Americans speak at the back of your mouth and crowd all your consonants together, where you might say, "How are you?" He says, now using an almost perfect American accent. An Irishman would simply say, "How are you?" My voice comes out shaky and soft. I like that. Close your mouth, Holland. He continues as if he hasn't noticed my swoon. The accent is stronger sometimes than others, like when I've had a few pints and I have to remind myself to slow down. If we were in Galway, you wouldn't understand a thing I said. I'm sure we sound fairly boring in comparison. He gives a slight shake of his head. I like the way you sound, though. Oh. I clear my throat and look down to the forms. We spend the next 15 minutes going through his phone, looking at photos of his family, while I write down the full names and birth dates of all his siblings. He's 27, the oldest of 4. Bridget is 25 and closest to Calvin. Finian is 23 and Molly is 19. So is the birth order rule true? I ask him. Are you the dependable oldest child? The conscientious, overachieving, structured? He laughs and tips his beer to his lips to take a swallow. I'm here on an expired visa and had to marry a stranger to get the job of my dreams. Conscientious might not fit me to a T. Pausing, he scratches his jaw. But yeah, I was a know-it-all with them, and a bit of a bossy little shite, especially when our parents weren't around. But they retaliated sometimes. Once, a girl I fancied was outside with a friend in the street, and Bridget and Finn stripped me bare and pushed me out the front door. Oh my God. I'm sure I deserved it. He tilts his chin to me. What about you, baby of 6? Are you the classic youngest child? I'm sure Davis would say I am. I mean, Robert created a job for me and my uncle pays most of my rent, so... I trail off and motion to the room around us, as if to say, see? I'd say that's a yes. I don't know, he says, elbows on his knees while he looks at me. This feels pretty selfless. Giving up half your space and putting yourself at risk? I think you're giving me too much credit. I busy myself straightening a pile of papers. Guilt is like a little stopwatch, ticking away in the back of my head. In my heart, I know I did this for Robert, but having Calvin here so close, and feeling like I've finally done something useful for the production, I can't deny that I also did it at least a little for me. Thomas, Calvin mutters, tapping his list of my siblings' names with the tip of his pencil. Bram, Matthew, Olivia, Davis, Holland. That's right, I say, and stand to get us each another beer. Thomas is an ophthalmologist in Des Moines. Bram is a high school math teacher in Fargo. Matthew is in tech support at the University of Iowa. He cuts in.
Davis lives in Wisconsin and Olivia is...
He shuffles through his notes, but I know he won't find anything. Who knows? I tell him, returning with the bottles. Last week she wanted to go to massage school. Before that, she decided she was going to turn Mom and Dad's land into an organic farm.
Every family needs one of those.
He points his thumb to his chest. Some of these yes or no questions are really easy. I motion for him to hand me his laptop, and he does, almost gladly.
Cheers.
He leans back again, wiggling his purple socks. Never been arrested. I click the box marked no and move on to the next one. While in the United States, do you plan to engage in espionage? He gives me an evil smirk. I grin, and then look back to the form. Plan to engage in any activity a purpose of which is opposition to, or the control or overthrow of, the government of the United States, by force, violence, or other unlawful means? He pretends to think, and I move on. Have you ever been a member of the Communist Party? He shakes his head, and I click the correct box. Do you intend to practice polygamy in the United States?
Let's see how this one goes first.
Butterflies twist into a tornado inside me. Within the past 10 years, have you been a prostitute or procured anyone for prostitution? Or do you intend to engage in such activities in the future?
I'm trying to cut back.
He can't see over my shoulder, and I know this could be a golden opportunity to get a little Calvin info. Have you ever conspired to engage in, or do you intend to engage in any form of terrorist activity?
No.
Counterfeiting?
No.
When was your last relationship? He stops with his beer halfway to his mouth.
It wants to know that.
I hold my hands up in mock innocence. I didn't make up the questions.
A while ago.
I pause with my fingers hovering over the keys. It wants a date.
About 10 months ago, I suppose. Though it wasn't very serious.
Have you ever joined or do you plan to ever join the Mile High Club? Calvin opens his mouth to answer, but seems to figure out what I'm doing.
You little shite.
I laugh, ducking the pillow he lobs in my direction. Chapter 12. More often than not, it's me pounding at the door of Robert and Jeff's apartment with arms full of groceries. But Friday night, 3 days after the wedding, Uncle Jeff shows up loaded down with takeout. Although he silently forwarded communications between us and Sam Doherty, we haven't spoken since the morning he left Robert's office, fuming. Jeff and I have never gone this long in an anger-induced silence, and I am so grateful to see him that I throw myself into his arms. More accurately, since he's holding bags from Pure Thai Cookhouse, I hurl myself at him, pinning his free arm at his side with my non-casted one. I'm sorry, I say, taking a step back and swiping at my eyes. Calvin is there to rescue us and slips in, taking the food from him with a smile. Jeff nods in thanks before pulling me into a genuine hug.
You're an idiot,
he says into my hair.
But I suppose you're my idiot, and I'm pretty grateful for that.
I press my face into his dress shirt, smearing tears and mascara onto the blue and white checkered cotton. So you're okay with all this?
I'm definitely not okay.
He pulls back enough to swipe at my cheeks with his thumb.
But I understand it a little better. There's nothing I wouldn't do for him either. Anyway,
he says, stepping back, I come with an army. He gives me a silent look of pleading. Robert is, of course, at the theater, but it's true that Jeff isn't alone. Behind him, Lulu holds up 2 bottles of tequila, and behind her is Jean, Lulu's bed friend, holding a bag of limes and sporting the world's most enormous mustache. I take the bag of limes from him. Are you guessing my weight tonight? Jeff laughs in a loud bark before heading into the kitchen, but Jean does a bewildered double-take. What? Do I get to shoot a water gun to knock down the ducks? I see the moment he gets it because his giant mustache twitches under his suppressed grin. I'll take my limes home if you're going to be sassy, miss. You look like an old-timey auction barker. I said. Or Yosemite Sam. I have this sudden urge to buy a few head of cattle. Behind me, Calvin snickers. You wish you could grow a stash like this. I burst out laughing. I'm sorry, I can't even hear what you're saying through that thing. I told him it's awful. Lulu tugs at it and Jean leans away. He smooths it down proudly. I'm so lazy, and this is much more low maintenance than shaving. I don't need to look that closely to see he's clearly waxed and styled it with a comb. It's really not an afterthought mustache. It's the kind that a person chooses from a book on various mustache styles. The perfect accessory for his very carefully crafted, I don't care enough to even glance in the mirror look, which Lulu tells me takes him a long time in front of the mirror. Jean steps inside, and Lulu stops in the open doorway. I don't think I have to ask how she ended up coming along with Jeff tonight. He called and yelled at you, didn't he? She leans in, pressing a kiss to my cheek. He sure did, but I appeased him by sending him all the photos. He said I did a great job with your hair. I laugh as she makes her way into the kitchen, and I close the door in time to see Jeff step up to Calvin. I don't believe we were properly introduced. My uncle extends his hand, and I want to apologize for being rude. Holland is my youngest niece, and more like a daughter to me, so I'm very protective of her. No. Calvin balks at this, returning the handshake. I completely understand. And congratulations. Jeff smiles with a twinkle in his eye. You've passed a 3-step criminal background check. He looks over at me. Holland, I emailed you a copy. Calvin's eyes go wide. Honestly? With a laugh, Jeff walks into the kitchen to unpack all the food. Oh, I pulled Jean forward. I'm so sorry, Calvin. This is Jean. He's Lulu's, friend? Boyfriend. Jean corrects. Fuck toy, Lulu says with a smile, smooshing his face in her hand before walking away to help Jeff, or, more likely, pour some alcohol. Calvin and I exchange a look, and something giddy is born inside me, at the way it feels like we have an unspoken language of snark. Calvin extends his hand. I'm the husband. Not the fuck toy, Jean says, throwing a bucket of ice-cold awkward over the conversation. No, Calvin says, giving me a comical eep face. Not yet, Lulu calls from the kitchen. Lulu, I call back. You and Jean will be banned from this apartment if you continue to make tonight weird. It's already weird enough, Jeff says. Leaning in close enough that only I can hear, Calvin says, I did find a sex toy in the couch. I smack his arm. Lulu returns with 4 tequila gimlets, and Jean asks us how our first week of marriage is going. Despite the mustache and obsession with looking like he doesn't care about appearances, Jean is 29 and, admittedly, pretty hot. But standing next to the god that is Calvin in his dark jeans and faded t-shirt, the boy doesn't compare. For a couple of seconds, I catch Lulu looking at Calvin the way my old retriever used to eye my dinner plate, and I move a little closer to him. I cup my hand around my mouth, calling out, Jeff, there's wine above the fridge. Already got it, he answers. I'm just putting out the food. A warning, I stage whisper to Calvin. The drunker Jeff gets, the more honest he'll be about how horrifying he finds this whole thing. Calvin glances across the room toward Jeff. He'll be more honest. I can hear you, Holland, Jeff says, choosing that exact moment to join us in the living room. I just worry that this won't end well. Not to mention I hate lying to my sister. I guess we could tell Mom and Dad, I say, and motion for everyone to head to grab some dinner. I'm totally lying, and have my fingers crossed in my pockets hoping that I'm calling Jeff's bluff. Mom's pretty chill. She's not going to disown me. It didn't feel official yet. Maybe because we haven't had the immigration interview. Why worry them? I told my parents, Calvin says casually. I squint up at him. This surprises me, given how fast everything happened. When? He sips his drink, lifting it in thanks to Lulu. Before the wedding. They were fine with it? I ask. He nods. They were thrilled. You told them why we got married? No, he says, setting his drink down so he can fill his plate. I told them I met a girl. It's true enough, innit? It is true enough, but not a surprise to them how fast it happened. I study him for a second longer, at his easy calm, his constant smile. Maybe it's that he's a son instead of a daughter, or the oldest instead of the baby, or maybe he seems confident enough about every move that his family stopped questioning his decisions a long time ago. The conversation shifts as we grab food and head back to the living room. I don't have a dining table, let alone enough chairs, so we all find spots on the floor around the coffee table. Everyone tucks in, and I get up to grab some supplies for the evening. The plan was for Jeff to be able to share information about me with Calvin, but since Lulu came along, I quickly devised a game based entirely on keeping Lulu from dominating the conversation. Lulu, Jeff, and Jean will each have a bag of poker chips. They have to bid to share a story in the category Calvin requests, and are free to outbid the others if they think their story is better. I haven't known Jean that long, so I'm only giving him a bag of chips to be nice, but Lulu and Jeff have some pretty great and some pretty terrible stories about me, and they're going to need to share the stage, so to speak. After I explain the rules, we all look at Calvin. He swallows a bite of dinner, wipes his mouth with his napkin, and then pulls a small notebook from his back pocket. Can we start with some basics everyone can answer? He pulls the cap off his pen with his teeth. I guess so. I point to Lulu, but you were limited to a minute per answer. She flops dramatically back onto the throw pillow behind her. So first, Calvin says, I want to know what you admire most about Holland. Besides her rack? Lulu calls from the floor. Jeff groans. Calvin grins, and then, without any subtlety whatsoever, checks out my chest. All right, yeah, but besides that. My pulse riots in my throat. Her backbone. Lulu pushes up onto an elbow to look at me. She does what she says she'll do, and doesn't do things she doesn't want to do. Cheers. Good answer. Calvin jots it down before turning to Jean, who shrugs. I mean, she's a really good cook. Calvin laughs. Are you asking me or telling me? Jeff clears his throat and then coughs into his fist, looking at me. That's going to be hard. I admire so many things. Aw, Jeffy. I lean over and kiss him on the cheek. I think I admire that she, more than anyone I know, tries to be circumspect about her successes and failures and who she is. She tries to see herself clearly, both kindly and critically, and I think she's generally pretty spot on. It's one of the best, most unexpected compliments of my life, and I'm left momentarily speechless. She's also pretty funny, Jeff adds, and Lulu is already protesting. You only get one, she says, but Calvin is quick to interject. Yeah, but she's class, he says with a cheeky smile in my direction, so I let that infraction slide. Calvin asks a couple more general ones. What's their favorite thing to do with me? What sort of music do I listen to? What sort of movies do I hate? What do I always order at restaurants, before ending with, what bothers you about Holland? Hey, I protest. He takes my hand, squeezing. Come on, I think this is really interesting. Damn him. It's impossible to deny him when think comes out as tink. She won't take risks. Lulu answers immediately. Hello? I point to Calvin. Risk right here. She snorts. I don't know. That's a pretty fine-looking risk. Calvin leans a little closer to me. Jean thinks for a minute before giving yet another shrug. She, I don't know, won't ever call me Lulu's boyfriend? To be fair, I argue, Lulu doesn't call you her boyfriend. Jean laughs. True. Why won't you call me your boyfriend, Lou? Because we're not 16? Would you be happier if I called you my man-friend? Yeah, actually. While they're bantering, I look at Jeff, unsure whether I want to hear his answer. He's already doing that thing where he licks his lips in preparation for saying something difficult. What I said before was true, he said quietly, as if he's speaking only to me. about how Holland tries to see herself clearly and seems to end up in a pretty good place. But I also think she sees herself as a supporting character, even in her own life story. Just as I was thrown by his compliment, I am equally, and conversely, thrown by his criticism. It lands with a resonating bong. Has Jeff just hit on the truth behind my biggest roadblock? For nearly a year, I've been trying to come up with an idea for my first novel, and nothing is there. Is it because books aren't about side characters? And those are the only voices in my head? The room has gone quiet. I lift my drink, finishing it, and holding it out to Lulu to refill. I feel like an insect under a microscope now. With Lulu and Jean here, this is way more uncomfortable than I'd anticipated. Let's get the fun part going. The bidding begins. Calvin starts out easy. What's Holland's favorite movie? Even Jean knows this one. We saw it down at the Beekman together a few weeks ago. At Lulu's pointed stare from across the room, he tosses in a chip. Is it Blues Brothers? Correct, I say. A Time Holland Cried, Calvin prompts. Jeff throws in a chip, but Lulu throws in two, and he gives her this one. Instead of saying something heartfelt, she tells a story of the time I got wasted and slipped while crossing Madison and 59th, and started sobbing because I couldn't find the sunglasses that were on my head. Thanks for that, Lulu, and for what it's worth, they were pink and limited edition. It was more about frugality than feelings. She salutes me. Calvin takes another bite of dinner and swallows before asking. Something Holland is sentimental about. Without throwing in any chips, Jeff and Lulu call out, Gladys! In unison, and Jeff explains. She has a stuffed dog named Gladys that she's had since she was 3. It was a birthday present from Robert, who, you will learn, is Holland's favorite person alive. It's true, I agree. I'm not really sentimental otherwise. Your most embarrassing story? Calvin asks. Lulu throws in a chip and starts speaking before Jeff has a chance to bid. Oh, I got this one. She had sex with a guy one night and there was a ton of air in her. I smack my hand down on the coffee table. Oh my God, Lulu! Everyone goes deathly silent, and it might be because we've killed them all with the horror of this visual. Lulu looks around as if she's only now registering the audience. I can live 1,000 years, Jeff says, and never hear the rest of this story. Why do I ever confide in you? I ask her, genuinely annoyed. She sounds surprisingly contrite. Because my stories are always worse? I was thinking less about Holland with a boyfriend type of scundered, Calvin says, and more inebriated hijinks. I look over at the sound of his voice, sort of tight and thin, and catch his peeved expression. I'm starting to sense that Calvin doesn't care for Lulu's brand of crazy, and I'm not sure I like it tonight either. She's dialed up to 11. Well, I say, putting my hand on his arm, there was the time my grandmother didn't recognize me because I'd gained the freshman 15. Jeff coughs, and I amend. Freshman 25. Calvin looks at me gratefully. That's brutal. And bends to write it down in his notebook. We drink more, tell more stories. About what sports I played. Volleyball, briefly. What books I love, many. Where I've gone on vacation, fewer places than I'd like. And Calvin shares a few of his own. He used to fish on a lake with his father every Friday morning for Friday dinner. His youngest sister Molly has cerebral palsy. He saw Possessed 7 times because he was lucky in the lottery twice, and has a truly generous former professor who took him 5 other times. He doesn't understand the appeal of sitcoms, particularly Friends. His favorite movie is The Godfather Part 2, and I love that this makes him sort of average in at least one way. He doesn't eat lamb and thinks it's abomination to mix anything with whiskey. He also used to help his mom out a lot when he was younger, and is apparently quite the knitter. You knit? He nods slowly, relaxed by the food and alcohol and the company. Could knit you a scarf and a cap to go with it. It could feel like we are taking in information in giant gulps, like one might drink from a fire hose. But the way the stories unwind with tangents and jokes and side stories also makes me realize we truly are getting to know each other. in the intense way that happens when people are cooped up together, like at summer camp. Jeff stands, beckoning Lulu and Jean to leave when he does, and I appreciate my uncle's ability to be frank without being rude. Let them get some sleep. Imagine how exhausting this is. He gives Calvin a wary smile before hugging me tightly. Lulu grabs the remaining full tequila bottle, and Jean sends air kisses on their way out. When the door closes behind them, Calvin exhales heavily.
Wow, I feel full.
He taps his temple, indicating his meaning. But if the way he looked gratefully at Jeff is any indication, I think he also feels full of social interaction. I bet. Together we pick up the plates and clean the kitchen. He washes the dishes. I pack up the food and clean the counters. This feels so easy, hanging out with my people with Calvin there, cleaning up afterward. Is it because we know how fake it all is, and there are no pretenses? Or is it something more, something matching chemistry?
See, Holland, this is where you'll get in trouble.
He grabs a beer and moves to the couch, dropping onto the cushion, and I flop down in the opposite end.
Did you have a good time?
He asks. I rub my forehead, counting out the 4 gimlets I drank over 3 hours. Yeah, it was fun. I'm tipsy, though. His laugh is light, like he finds this charming.
Your nose is all pink.
And then, unexpectedly, he shifts so that he's lying down, and he carefully lowers his head into my lap.
This okay?
Sure. Tentatively, I lift my hand, brushing his hair off his forehead. He hums at the contact, and his eyes fall closed.
What a crazy week.
Yeah. This moment is so surreal, I actually bite my bottom lip to make sure I'm not imagining it. I wonder if it will feel more or less like real life when he goes to rehearsals, and I'm back at work, and we come home together every night. 1 year. A voice inside warns me to cocoon my heart and expectations in bubble wrap.
I had enough drink to be comfortably sleepy, he says. Maybe loose-lipped.
That's a good thing. Let me go get my list of deeply personal questions. He laughs, looking up at me.
I learned a lot about you tonight. You can tell a lot about a person by what their loved ones say.
I groan, remembering. Lulu was a beast. Clearly that does not reflect well on my character.
I was going to ask about that.
He let his eyes fall closed again as I comb my fingers through the front of his hair.
She seemed okay at the wedding, but was acting the maggot tonight. Is she always so crude?
Yeah. Lulu's emotions can be all over the place, but tonight it felt almost aggressive, like she was trying to out-drama me.
What we've done is pretty dramatic. From the outside, it seems to me that Lulu is used to being the wild one.
It's true. I looked down at his face, enjoying being able to study it without him noticing. His nose is straight and narrow, lips full but not feminine. I love the shape of his eyes. I don't know how to describe them other than Roman, mildly hooded. His lashes are thick but not distractingly long. His stubble grows in darker than his hair, which is light brown, but in the sun it's cut with red. And at the back, I know there is a surprising streak of silver there, like crystal forking through dark stone. He reaches for his phone, typing something quickly before saying,
We should probably talk about the things that new lovers always discuss first.
You mean such as past lovers? Do you need to get your notebook? Calvin waves us off with a smile.
Jeff made passing reference to a lad named Bradley earlier.
He crossed one ankle over the other.
So I assume he was long-term.
I blink, trying to figure out when and why Jeff and Calvin would be discussing my relationship resume tonight. But my phone buzzes on the table. I reach over him and read the text that has just arrived. From Calvin.
Are you ready for me?
I stare at the screen bewildered before I realize what he's doing. Adding to our normal couple sexting, playing the game. I reply with a warm blush. If by ready for you you mean naked, then yes.
You were telling me about Bradley.
He prompts when I put my phone on the couch next to me. Right. I clear my throat, looking down at him. He's suspiciously pink, too. We were together just under 3 years.
Did you ever think you'd marry him?
It's such an obvious question, so there's no excuse for the way it catches me off guard. No, not really. He was nice, but we were boring in similar ways. He narrows his eyes at me when I say this, and I wonder what he's thinking.
So what about others?
Others. So much mediocrity there. You first, I deflect. How many women have you been with? He sucks in a quiet breath when he glances at my text, quickly typing something else, and then sets his phone on his stomach, facing away so I can't see.
Like relationships?
He asks. 2. Calvin scratches his leg. He's taken off his socks, and has nice feet. They aren't calloused or knobby. Just smooth and tanned, nails trimmed. My phone buzzes. I want to feel the heat of you next to me when I go to bed tonight. These words detonate in my blood. My crazy brain finds this applicable to our situation. I want that too. When will you be home? Only 2, I ask, trying to maintain the thread of our actual conversation.
Well, 2 real girlfriends, Eileen and Rory.
Those are very Irish names. This makes him grin and then let out a big belly laugh.
They were very Irish girls.
No one here in the States?
Rory moved here with me when I started school, but went home after a few months. Since her, there were a couple I mostly just got off with, but not many.
Calvin winces as he lifts his head and tilts his bottle to his lips, adding,
1 girl from school, Amanda.
He squints as he thinks.
6 months, maybe? But she was a bit diabolical. And bossy.
I would think a bossy woman is a good thing in bed.
You'd be right. That aspect wasn't the problem.
He takes another sip, not meeting my eyes.
What about you?
Me? He looks up at me, eyes narrowed.
Men.
Oh, after Bradley, hundreds. He sits up a little.
Really?
His voice is full of dramatic, drunken interest, but it dies when he sees I'm joking and he lies back down.
I mean, it wouldn't be unheard of. Sexual freedom and all.
Not hundreds. Some.
You know, he says sleepily, secrets are currency.
Are they? Briefly, he glances at his phone, typing something out with rapid fingers. My heart seems to erupt in my chest. Calvin nods when he looks back up at me. Mam says that secrets unlock something between friends. I look down at him in playful exasperation. You're bringing sweet mother-in-law Marina into this talk of my sex life?
She's grand.
I glance at my phone and the words that appear there.
I'll be home as soon as I can. You're all I can think about.
My breath is trapped in my throat, a thick, cottony presence.
Besides,
he says quietly,
you're too beautiful to be inexperienced in love.
Before I can let the full flush of this roll through me, he adds,
I only know of Bradley, and then whoever Lulu was talking about tonight.
I groan at the memory of Lulu's mortifying outburst. Okay, so I lost the V card to a guy named Eric on my 16th birthday. Jake was my boyfriend my last year in high school. We were only together for about 8 months. Bradley was most of college. Since then, a few more, but as you say, they were relationships mostly in bed, including the one Lulu was talking about. I look down to see his reaction, but it's clear he's waiting. He seems to want a number. I've had sex with 6 people.
6 isn't so bad.
For who? He looks up at me and gives a self-conscious wince.
Me, I suppose.
I look away. I'm honestly not sure what to think of all this. We've been acquaintances for a time that can be counted in days, not years, and it's still so insane to me that he's here in my apartment, in my lap. Beyond that, there seems to be a genuine commitment he's made to this marriage, and a genuine interest in me as a person. Given my desire to protect myself, I don't know how to feel about this. Touched, maybe. Similarly possessive. Also wary. We've never established that we'll be faithful in any way.
I spent so much of the last 4 years trying to get a job, he says quietly. Relationships absolutely took a back seat. I think I auditioned for everything, but classical guitar is tricky. People want guitar to be rock. You play rock too? He eyes me. Yeah, but not as a passion. No, I say, of course not. But you could do rock if you wanted. The problem isn't only that I didn't want to do that, it's that there are a million people playing rock guitar.
Well, now there's only one person playing classical guitar down at the Levin Gladstone. He does a cute little fist punch in the air. But speaking of, I say, nudging his head off my lap, tomorrow you head down and start rehearsals. I point to the clock that tells us it's far past midnight. You should sleep. He looks up at me. Tonight was Hatchet. I laugh. Is that a good thing?
Aye, means I had fun.
Me too. His smile straightens.
I don't like to think of you playing a side part in your story.
I bite my lip, struggling to not look away. I'm not entirely sure what to say to this.
You've suddenly become a very large part of mine, he says quietly. And I yours, no? Why not make it epic?
Calvin sits up, leaning forward to press a chaste kiss to my cheek that I feel long after he's walked into the bathroom. I head to my room to put on my pajamas and then sit on my bed, staring at my phone. His last text had gone unanswered. I reply impulsively. I feel the same way. What am I doing? I'm less afraid of getting in trouble for this fake marriage than I am of falling in love with someone who could be playing me completely. I have no idea how long I sit there, but when I step out to use the bathroom, I see Calvin on the sofa bed, tucked under blankets, eyes closed. My phone lights up again.
And I despise every night I go to sleep without you.
Chapter 13. I remember the first time I saw a working girl. It was at Robert and Jeff's, of course, and they had the VHS tape of the film. There are so many classic lines. I am not steak, you can't just order me. But my favorite scene is the end. Spoiler alert. When Melanie Griffith and Harrison Ford are in the kitchen together, making coffee and packing lunches for her first day on the job. They're all private smiles and shoulder bumps, and it's obscene how cute it is. I'm going to be honest with you and say that our first morning before Calvin's first rehearsal is not like this. For one, we both oversleep. Our panicked sprinting around each other in the tiny apartment, to brush teeth, to make coffee. Go ahead, you shower first. Oh shit, Holland, can I use your razor? Is interrupted only when my cell phone rings. It's Robert. Calvin's phone is on silent, and my uncle's been calling, asking him to come in an hour early to rehearse before Ramon shows up. Calvin emerges from the steamy bathroom with a towel around his waist. I have the absurd thought that he reminds me of the plastic torso from an anatomy course I took. Each of his muscles seems perfectly defined beneath his skin. He shuffles past me.
I forgot my clothes out here.
What was I supposed to tell him again?
Oh, right.
Robert called, I say, and part of me wants to warn him to hold that towel tighter because he might drop it when I pass along the request. He wants you to come in earlier. Calvin blanches.
When earlier?
I peek at the clock over his shoulder.
Now earlier?
He explodes into action, grabbing his clothes from the couch, jogging back to the bathroom. I catch a flash of bare ass and find religion. I throw on whatever clothes are on top of my clean laundry pile. No one cares what I'm wearing today, or any day for that matter, and pour coffee for each of us into travel mugs, waiting by the door. And then we're off. It's so cold outside that I'm legitimately worried about his wet hair freezing. Apparently he is too, because he tucks it into a knit cap and bends it into the cracking wind, cradling his guitar case to his chest. We pass the 50th Street station without comment. He doesn't even look at it this time, but I do, and my heart is pulled into a bittersweet knot.
What else did Robert say?
He asks, wincing in the wind. Ramon is coming in at 10. He wanted to go through a few things with you first. Calvin stops abruptly on the sidewalk, stunned. Oh my God. It's Ramon's first rehearsal too. Once he said it aloud, he seems to come to the same realization I did when Robert mentioned it. There's no point in Ramon rehearsing with Lisa if Calvin is coming in. Today they'll begin working together in earnest. Calvin turns, continuing his frantic march to the theater, and I jog to keep up with his long strides. You're going to be amazing, I assure him. He nods into the warmth of his scarf. Keep telling me that. You're going to be amazing. This earns a tiny grin. I'll get you drunk later, regardless. Calvin laughs. Keep telling me that too. I can tell Calvin is intimidated by the crowd that's gathered near the stage to hear his first rehearsal. He seemed so much more laid back at the audition. But of course he did. He'd had nothing to lose then. With a little shoulder squeeze of solidarity, I let him go at the top of the center aisle and watch him make his way toward Robert. I'm relieved to see that Ramon isn't here yet. In the distance, my husband and uncle shake hands, and then Calvin is pulled into a hug. Bless Robert's intuition for nerves, and bless Calvin for collapsing into him so readily. Brian comes up beside me, lifting his chin toward the stage. Well, that certainly looks chummy. I roll my eyes but otherwise stay silent. He's wearing a dark blue shirt covered in suns and tigers and snakes, and I don't care that it's probably Gucci. It's ridiculous. I'm not sure if the idea of him paying $800 for a cheesy polo makes me happy in a really catty way, or sad about the state of my own finances. Either way, Brian is a dick. How lucky for him that there was an eligible young lady with spinster tendencies and a poor outlook on the future. Did you need something? I ask, curling my hands into fists so I don't reach out and slap him. He raises a single brow in warning at my tone. We'll make sure everyone knows you're married. Robert mentioned we can't have rumors that it's fake. I don't even know what to say to this, so I just mumble, thanks. I can already feel the way Brian wants to insert himself into this craziness, wants to collect truth and gossip like coins in a treasure chest. He turns and looks at me. I have to tell you, even at that meeting, I never thought you'd actually do it. We so rarely stand this close and look at each other so evenly, but there's a perceptible shift in the dynamic this morning, and once I understand it, everything snaps into focus. He can't deny I did something of value. He needs to bring me down a peg again by pointing out how insane I am to marry a stranger. You seemed pretty sure it was an out-of-the-box idea, I remind him. I was fucking joking, he says. I mean, who does something like that? He snorts out a laugh and disappears back out to the lobby. His superior attitude always makes me want to scream. You know it's pronounced supposedly, right? Not supposably. You know there's no R in Washington? You realize you have your read receipts on your text messages, so we always know how long you draw out your power trip before responding? And yet, I don't. I carefully pull my camera out of the bag at my hip and head down the aisle to capture some pictures of Calvin and Ramon. Day 1. For a while, Robert and Calvin talk quietly, heads bowed. It reminds me of watching Dad coach out on the football field with my oldest brother Thomas, the high school star quarterback. Their heads together, plotting out plays, feeling the pressure of hundreds of eyes on their every move. In some ways, this seems not altogether different, except the scale of celebrity here is colossal. The thought of Dad and Thomas makes my chest hurt a little with homesickness. I've stood still for so long, and suddenly, my life is this moving train. Having a secret this enormous makes them feel even farther away. In front of me, Calvin steps away, pulling his guitar out and tuning it with mannerisms that seem oddly familiar already. I get a phantom whiff of coffee and tea. He's been tuning in the morning, wearing barely anything while I pour our respective mugs, and I know what he's going to do next before it happens. He rolls his neck, squeezes his hands into fists, and then flexes his fingers. My heart is drumming in my throat, and when Calvin looks up to Robert for guidance, the drumming melts into fire. Robert lifts his hands, counting down, and then music seems to spill out of Calvin's instrument and along the aisle, a river overflowing, flooding us all. No one moves, no one speaks, and the richness of the music gives me that odd sense of déjà vu, of something far away that's suddenly so close again, and I'm smothered by it in this way that makes me turn my face to the ceiling, trying to inhale it, swallow more. He doesn't need the sheet music. He rolls through the pieces. Every time Robert stops him to correct something, it leaves me feeling like a sneeze has been cut short, or a breath punched out of me. At one point, when Robert stops Calvin again and again, during a single 4-measure stretch, the gathered mass groans unconsciously together. Robert turns and playfully tells them to be quiet. "Let me run this show." Someone calls out, "He's giving me chills." "The chills will be better when he gets the syncopation right." Robert turns back around and counts down for Calvin to start again. It's so much like a dance, conductor and musician. Robert moves like water where he stands, and music pours out of Calvin. It's an hour into the rehearsal before I remember I'm supposed to be doing something. I lift my camera up clumsily, balancing it on my cast to look through the viewfinder. Through the tiny square, I watch a 6'7" Broadway baby turned Oscar winner, grinning, clapping Ramon Martin step on stage. Chapter 14. Calvin is really drunk. Not just goofy, jokey, and smiley, but blurry, with a heavy arm draped across my shoulders as I help him up the 3 flights of stairs to the apartment. Ramon Martin. He slurred this with dreamy emphasis at least 75 times tonight. To be fair, Ramon was with us until an hour ago, when we poured him into a cab. The two of them were drunken, hugging mutual fanboys. I can't believe this is my life. He leans his full weight into me, and I groan. Halls, this day was madness, like a dream. I struggle with my keys, propping him against the wall to get the lock open before my next-door neighbor, Mrs. Mossman, comes out and demands we shut the hell up. As tipsy as I am from my own share of martinis, I am even more intoxicated by what I witnessed today. Calvin alone was stunning. Calvin and Ramon together were prodigious. Ramon is already an impressive baritone, and with the unfurled richness of Calvin's guitar, his voice opened up and rolled across the theater, bottomless and infinite. They brought the house down, and this was a house full of people who have seen and heard these songs hundreds of times. Even Luis Genova came by to watch the last half hour or so, and was nearly weeping with relief that the beloved show wouldn't die in a whimper when he left. And I owe it all to you. Calvin presses his thumb below my lip. My sweet Holland and her magical ear. It seems to require a good deal of effort for him to focus, but when he does, he murmurs, Your freckles really are lovely. Just as my heated blood seems to press up against my skin, I manage to get the door open and he trips inside, sprawling past me and onto the couch. I stare down at him, already half asleep. Even in his rumpled clothes and his untied sneakers, I can't help thinking, look at you. Just look at you here in my apartment, being. Slulu here? He asks. She went home with Jean. He laughs, rolling to giggle into a pillow. Jean. I'm unreasonably pleased that Calvin is as tickled by Jean's old man name as I am. I'm less pleased, however, with Lulu's behavior tonight. Once again, she was on obnoxious overload, teasing me in biting, passive-aggressive ways, buying shots for Calvin and Ramon, sitting on their laps, flirting shamelessly. Lulu's always been my wild friend, but never this sharp before. Seeing her through Calvin's eyes is embarrassing. I want her to relax and back off, just the tiniest bit. She's so jealous of you, Calvin says, tugging his shirt up and over his head. He tosses it past the couch. A puddle of blue lands somewhere near the bay window. I shuffle to the kitchen, getting us each a glass of water so I can pretend I don't need to respond to this. His comment about Lulu, or his apparent preference for bare skin. Calvin hiccups from the couch and then groans. Thank God he doesn't need to be at the theater until Tuesday afternoon.
Why's she like that?
He mumbles, and I press the glass of water into his hand. I wonder if he's thinking of the same moment I am, from early in the evening. Lulu climbing on Calvin, straddling his lap, pretending to dance on him, and the barely masked revulsion that spread over his face before he urged her to stand back up. I hate that Lulu flirted so brazenly with him, but even more, I hate that she made such a mockery of our marriage tonight. I don't know, really. He opens one eye, squints at me.
I don't think that's true.
Maybe it's what you said. She likes being the crazy one. I mean, tonight definitely counted as crazy. I return to the living room and hand him the water. Did you have fun? His full lips push out in a thoughtful pout.
I liked being with Ramon. I like being with you.
The alcohol dims my natural reflexes, and instead of sprinting away, my heart gives a single heavy punch to my ribs. I like being with you too. He scrunches up his nose.
But I don't like her.
This makes me laugh. In less than a week, I've discovered that Calvin is incredibly chill about nearly everything, but when he doesn't like someone, he has zero poker face. I can tell.
I've had friends like that, he says. The ones you outgrow but keep anyway.
When he says this, a wind blows through me. I can't tell if it feels happy or sad to realize he's right. Lulu and I met nearly 3 years ago at Columbia, and have clung to each other in these months post-graduation, when we're told we're supposed to have some idea how to adult. She's my only girlfriend here, and I wanted it to be great even if it didn't always feel like we fit so well anymore. I think you're pretty drunk to be making such sweeping statements. He giggles.
I'm your husband. Don't I get a say?
He stops laughing, and for the duration of an inhale, looks completely sober. In this exact moment, we're both struck by the absurdity, the incomprehensibility of our situation. And then he closes his eyes, and the hysteria bubbles out of him, round and unstoppable. I have to take the water glass from his hand so he doesn't spill it, or drop it on the carpet. Calvin gets control of himself again while I watch in amusement, and then, without warning, he reaches up, tugging me down over him, tucking me so that I'm trapped sweetly between his body and the back of the couch. An ache spreads up my thighs and settles heavily between my legs. His breath is humid on my neck.
I think you might be the best girl there ever was.
The heat of his bare chest against me sends a paradoxical shiver from my throat to my toes. I open my mouth to respond, trying to find words through the haze of the reality of him. The virtuoso musician, this silly boy rolling around on my couch, his shirtless form pressed so easily to mine. But when my simple thank you makes its way to the surface, he's already asleep. I think you're the best boy there ever was, too. Chapter 15.
For the love of God, who do I have to blow to get a fucking electrician over here?
It's nearing the end of rehearsal, and there's barely a hiccup when Brian screeches this into the backstage abyss. Coming from anyone else, this rhetorical would be met with an array of saucily raised hands, but none of us can even get it up to joke about getting sexual where Brian is concerned. I click a surreptitious photo of his rage face, and then show it to Calvin, who's standing beside me, waiting for Robert to finish up auditioning a new percussionist.
Wow,
Calvin whispers.
That one's sour as vinegar.
Don't even get me. Holland! Brian materializes like a dementor in front of me, and I lower my camera as inconspicuously as I can.
You think this is the time for photos? You have 17 boxes of merch up front to unpack, and 2 hours until tonight's show.
Mortified, I glance quickly to Calvin.
Don't look at him.
Brian growls and snaps crisply in front of my face. He's not going to touch a box with those hands. Get up front and get unpacking. I feel so belittled. I can't even meet Calvin's eyes right now. With a tight, sounds good. I turn and head toward the front of the house. I hate Brian. This is why no one corrects you when you say espresso or etc. I think, all the way down the aisle. This is why even Robert didn't tell you when you had toilet paper on your shoe. Is it time for me to start looking for another job? The thought makes me laugh, because that time came and went about 2 years ago. If I haven't started my novel by summer, a lofty goal considering I don't even have an idea, maybe I can find something as an intern at a magazine. I think of the connections I have and wonder if it's time to send out more feeler resumes. Turns out Brian was exaggerating slightly about the loads of boxes to unpack. There are 4, and they're tiny. I'm guessing they're full of keychains and embroidered knit caps. Even with only one arm, it will take me, at most, 10 minutes to put the stuff away. A low whistle comes from the other side of the counter, and I look up to see Calvin, surveying the span of merch beneath a glass case. I forgot how much of this stuff there was. I look up, humiliated all over again for him to see me standing out here unpacking overpriced crap with my comparably untalented hands. Hey. He picks up a keychain and spins it on an index finger. Do you ever think of taking some of this stuff and selling it on eBay? I look around wildly, making sure no one heard him. To even joke about something like that is a huge no-no. God, no. I was kidding. I mean, I'd only encourage that sort of thing if you set it up under Brian's name. He leans his folded arms on the glass case, bending so he's level with me. He never rushes to speak, this one. Green eyes search mine before he quietly asks, "You okay?" I busy myself with unpacking the box. Sure, why? You seem a little tense. Ripping at a stubborn piece of packing tape, I growl. Why would I be tense? Calvin reaches out, bracing a hand on each side of the cardboard to steady it. Because your boss is a twat? Embarrassment and gratitude flush through me, and I look up at him. He's pretty abhorrent. Do you like your job, though? He asks and looks away, back down at the contents of the display case. The reprieve from eye contact allows me to answer honestly. I like hearing the music. I like taking the photographs. But out here, I feel like I'm wasting my brain. You know that night, what Jeff said? Jeff's words come running back to me and they ache. She sees herself as a supporting character, even in her own life story. Calvin continues. I mean, in all the time we've talked about who we are, we've never talked about what you studied, what you want to do with your life. This makes me pause in surprise. Yes, we have. But when he looks back at me, eyes narrowed, I realize he's right. I have an MFA in creative writing. I bite my lip and pull a strand of hair away from my face while he gazes at me intently. I want to be a novelist. Wow, he says, looking slightly taken aback. I always assumed you wanted to do something with music. Why? He looks at me like I'm dense. I promise, I tell him. I'm not a musician. Well, a novelist is amazing all the same. And an MFA. That's really impressive, Holland. I rarely admit this ambition anymore because it seems to always garner this exact reaction. An odd combination of surprised and impressed. And I can't tell whether people respond this way because they like the idea that I want to do something difficult and creative, or because nobody looks at me and immediately thinks she's got stories buried inside her. When I graduated, I had dreams of writing something fun, commercial, entertaining. Now I'm a 25-year-old glorified concession worker who hasn't finished a short story or poem or, hell, a sentence in months. If I had a quarter for each time someone told me the only way to write the novel is to just sit down and do it, I'd be able to afford a penthouse overlooking Central Park. Sometimes well-intentioned advice is so supremely unhelpful. It's only impressive if you do something with it, I said. So do something. Easier said than done. I let out a little growl. I want to write, but it's like my brain is empty when I try to think of a story. Lately, I feel like I'm not qualified to do anything. Not like you or Robert. Instead of responding to the unmasked vulnerability here,
He, thankfully, laughs. Don't ask me to write an essay or solve any maths. I'd embarrass you. He sobers. We're all good at different things, Mustorine. I think you undervalue your own gifts. He looks back down at the case, but reaches across the glass, twisting his pinky with mine. You're doing all this stuff for me and Robert, not for yourself. There's enormous generosity in that, and it seems to me that you know music better than a lot of people around here. He tilts his head back, indicating the theatre. So obviously your brain is creatively driven. Trust your muse. He's just poked at the tender spot in my emotions. But what if I don't have one? There's a part of me that worries I don't love to write enough to do it all day, my entire life. I've never said those words to anyone, and the clawing honesty of them leaves me feeling untethered and bare. I think part of what's keeping me from starting is the fear that I won't actually love it, and then I'll be left with a degree I won't use and no other prospects. The problem is, I know he can't relate to this. He picked up a guitar when he was 4 and has played out of sheer love for it ever since. I love to read, but whenever I pick up a novel that blows me away, I think, there's no way I have something like that inside me. Is Jeff right? Am I unable to create anything because I see myself in a supporting role? Doomed to always be the friend, the daughter, the linchpin in everyone else's story? As if he realizes he can't say anything to this, Calvin points to a glossy collector's edition program that shows Louise and Seth standing on stage, grinning at each other after the performance that earned them their first thunderous round of applause. Did you take this photo? I did, actually, but I'm surprised this is his question. It's like it hasn't occurred to him yet that he's going to be the new sweetheart of Broadway. That there's going to be a photo of him and Ramon jubilantly grinning at each other on these commemorative programs, selling for $25 a pop. Yeah, I did. He smiles down at me, proud. It's a great shot. You've got all these gifts you don't even realize. Rehearsal done, and with the crowd thickening outside, Calvin holds open the door, and we take a right down 47th. Robert is handing the reins over to the assistant musical director tonight because he's been working ridiculous hours getting Calvin and Ramon ready for their start while still running every performance. I suspect Jeff jumped in and put his foot down, insisting his husband take the next few nights off to breathe. It's freezing out. I wrap my scarf a little tighter around my neck, pushing my hands into a pair of gloves. Calvin, who seems to still be running on adrenaline from rehearsal, doesn't seem to notice the chill at all. How was the rest of your afternoon? He asks, glancing over at me as we wait across the street. A puff of condensation escapes with my laugh. I plotted Brian's murder. An excellent idea for a book. He cuts in. Unpacked some merchandise, and may I say the display looks exquisite. I watch him out of the corner of my eye. You're being awfully complimentary. His gloved hand comes up to his chest. I'm simply impressed with how much you do around the theatre, that's all. It's like you're born to be here. I tuck my arm through his, huddling against the wind. One of Robert's favorite stories to tell is about the day I was born. I glance up at him and see how riveted his attention is on my face, even as we walk. According to Robert, and Jeff, and Mom, and anyone else who was there that day, Dad brought my 5 siblings into the room to meet me, and it was like a pile of puppies all over Mom, who looked so exhausted she could barely speak. Robert took me from her arms and told her she could rest. Apparently, he said, "How about you let me take care of this one?" Calvin laughs. I grin up at him. I'm being serious. I'm laughing because I can absolutely believe this. Whenever I wanted to do anything big, I say, like summer camp, volleyball, a weekend trip with a friend and her family, I'd ask my parents, but they'd usually tell me to check with my uncles too. I spent every day after school at their house in Des Moines. I was there most weekends. I went to work with Robert at night and did my homework in my favorite seat, row H, seat 23, while he conducted the symphony rehearsal. Did it bother your parents? He asks. Mom was so protective, I think this would have killed her.
He's not the first person to ask me that. My entire life, friends wondered whether there was some rift between me and my parents, and there never was. I just gravitated to my uncles, and they were family, so it never bothered my mom. When I came around, Mom had so much less time to baby me. Thomas was 13 when I was born. By the time I was only 3, Dad was coaching Thomas in varsity football, and they went to state, so that became the biggest part of our family life. Thomas got a full scholarship to the University of Iowa, and Dad was there all the time. Olivia was 7 years older, and always a handful for Mom. Davis was Mom's little cuddler, and you got lost in the shuffle. I shake my head. Maybe a little, I don't know. I guess it's easier to see it as an arrangement that worked out for everyone. Mom seemed happy to see me thriving with them. It must have been amazing, growing up in the symphony hall. I nod. I could probably name any classical piece within a few opening notes, but I wonder sometimes if it's devastating to Robert that I'm not more musical. That is musical, Holland. No, I mean talented. I can feel him looking at me a bit longer before tucking my arm more tightly in his. A car horn wails as it passes, and we move with the crowd like a school of fish down the sidewalk and to the restaurant where we're meeting Robert, Jeff, and Lulu. I'm mildly anxious to be together with my uncles and Calvin in the same place, only because the 4 of us haven't all been together since we dropped the news of our nuptials. I also hope Lulu has worked through whatever's been bothering her. I love Lulu, but I'm not sure how much more of her drama I can take. Calvin motions for me to lead the way, and we descend the small set of stairs that lead to Sushi of Gari. Restaurants in New York come in every imaginable size, molded to fit the space available. Here, the hum of voices is a monotonous buzz as we're led through a Tetris game of tables and past a narrow sushi bar to a booth of sorts where Lulu, Robert, and Jeff wait, sipping their sake. Robert and Jeff both stand, each pressing a kiss to my cheek, before we slip into the empty bench waiting for us. Sorry we're late, I say. Robert waves us off. We just got here. Lulu raises her sake cup. I didn't. I've been here for 20 minutes. Answering my mental question, Jeff adds, Lulu has been entertaining us, and gives me a little wink. You don't say. I slip out of my coat and toss a warning glance to her across the table. She grins smugly back at me and holds out her phone. Behold, I am technology. Warily, I take it from her. Oh my God. I stare down at the screen. It's a photograph of a couple on the beach, their toes in the sand, and a fire crackling behind them. But it's no ordinary couple. It's us, Calvin and me. Lulu smacks a hand on the table. I knew that Photoshop class would be useful for more than just digitally enlarging my boobs. In my peripheral vision, I see Robert and Jeff exchange a look. At best, they tolerate Lulu, but I'm actually relieved she's here. She's providing some social buffer from the elephant in the room. Me, Calvin, the uncles, all of us here together as family. Christ, Calvin says, looking over my shoulder. His cheek is nearly pressed to mine, and I can still feel the chill of the air outside on his skin. This is pretty good. Your honeymoon, Lulu says. To Florida, obviously, since you can't fly out of the country without getting busted. Jeff gently shushes her, and I swipe to the next image. A photo of Calvin and me together at an outdoor concert. He's standing behind me, arms wrapped around my waist, with his jaw pressed to my temple. In another, we're on a bench in the park looking at each other, not the camera. You did this? You can barely figure out how to record The Daily Show. She ignores the insult. I was inspired by this guy who inserts himself into Kendall Kardashian's Instagram pictures. Robert and Jeff appear to listen to her, but I can see from their glassy stares that with the combined utterance of Instagram and Kardashian, she's immediately lost them. I used a bunch of pictures from your wedding day, and then a few of you I had on my phone, and that one you took and sent me of him at the bar. I flash my eyes to her in warning, but Calvin doesn't seem to have heard. He's still studying the doctored photo. I'll tell you what, Lulu continues, pointing at the phone. I'll never believe anything I see in the cover of a magazine again. but I'm excited as hell for my Christmas card photo with Prince Harry and Ed Sheeran. We swipe one more time to the right and then freeze in unison at the pair of naked boobs on the screen before swiping